Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. All right, everybody, let's see what is happening this morning. So a little bit of action in the buyouts. Save is in play again, guys. JetBlue has made another offer for them, basically slamming them, saying, first of all, the offer is around $30 to $33. If you know this, if you know what's happened in the past with this one, JetBlue put an offer in earlier, and it was a lot more than Frontier's offer. But then Save said, you know what? We don't think the offer is good because we don't think it can ever be accepted by FTC, et cetera, et cetera. JetBlue has come back now with a very aggressive, hostile takeover again for Save. So we'll have to see what happens. So that is Save, SAVE, and JetBlue. In fact, let me take a look at what JetBlue is doing this morning. See if it's doing anything interesting. Not really. So what else is happening? DTST, little earnings play. Nice little gap up on earnings. It's a low float, 3.9 million in the float. Coming into the 200-day moving average, getting closer and closer, 367. The stock's at 340 right now. So DTST is an earnings play. Hopefully nobody had this one. CMRX. Another earnings play, just absolutely has been crushed. Down, basically lost half the value, down to $2. This will probably show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Good. I'm glad, Joel. IREN. I don't see any specific news on this one. I was checking to see if it's earnings. It's not. It's down a lot also, 25%. So IREN, IREN. I don't see any specific news on it. And when I say that, I'm just checking my my IB headline news. And if I don't see anything, I don't think there's anything, probably not here either. No. Weber got hit last earnings play, and it's got hit again, almost an all-time low again. In fact, it's an all-time low now. Weber, WEBR. I have one in my backyard. I haven't used it for a few years, but I have one. WEBR. CVNA continues its climb, guys. CVNA, at least it was. CVNA, yeah, continues its little climb after getting hit so hard over the last few months, like a lot of the stocks. So it's trying again to climb a bit. Now, DraftKings, somebody said it. The last time I looked at DraftKings, it was on the move up. DKNG, and okay, I wouldn't call that crash, but anyway, it's moved down. But DKNG, a very aggressive price target put on them by Jefferies, $60 price target. Why not? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, that was its highs. Not quite its high. I guess the high was 673. Why is anybody going to believe that it's going to go back to 60 anytime soon? I know they lay out their thesis, etc. But anyway, that's the deal with DraftKings, DKNG this morning. Wix, WIX. This is a big gap down, I believe, on earnings. Actually, it's trying to recover. That's a big recovery. When I first saw it, it was down here around $61. So it is recovered $8. This could even go positive. So WIX, the volume's not bad. Agri, AGRI. This is huge volume. So this is maybe a little bit like the wheat. The wheat, WEAT, is the trade of the week. If you get the trade of the week, and it's a free service, I've already outlined it. It's a little bit above the target price or the entry price. But agri, so maybe these little seed stocks are going to be alive again today. So agri, I don't see again any specific reason for it. So wheat is the trade of the week and considered live at 1174. Now I know it's above that right now, but that is the pre-market. So how you trade it will be up to you, of course, but it is I probably I don't, well, I'm not no suggestions whatsoever, okay? But I mean it is live at 1174, but typically that means when the market opens, but we'll see what happens. Gtac. Gtac is an earnings play. And this is moving a little bit higher. Actually, yeah, there's not very much volume yet, but the float is low, 4.4 million the float. SPY's had a bit of a topsy pre-market already. Got all the way up to 402, and then it's dropped right back down to that magic 400. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. And just as I was opening the room, HCDI was popping. They've announced a $5 million share buyback. Yeah, it's a low float, 9 million in the float. And Sophie, yeah, Sophie. So Sophie is on the move here. I believe it's Piper Sandler's put a $10 price target on them. SOFI. So Sophie has been on the move, SOFI. In case you're wondering about this one, Rattler is a buyout. RTLR, Rattler is a buyout. RTLR. So this is why this is up here and kind of flatlining right now. Diamond Energy agrees to buy Rattler midstream. So that is a buyout for $2.2 billion. Thank you, Zach. That makes sense. And I'm just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in. I do see this one, MANT. Is this a buyout? Yeah, this is a buyout. That's what I thought. Okay, so MANT is up here. You can just remember just glancing at it, wondering why it was up so much, and then I saw this flatlining across on the 2-minute chart, which is usually your sign that there's a buyout in place. So MANT is being bought out for $96 a share. I have to laugh about this one, TVTX. So TVTX, it's up, not very much volume, and I was trying to check to see why. And trading higher after the company received priority review from the FDA for its treatment of IgA nephropathy. Anyway, what got me amused by it is that look who founded the company. Never can pronounce that guy's name. Martin Shkreli. Martin Shkreli. Anyway, you guys know this guy, or you should know him, or if you don't know him, look him up. But I found that kind of amusing. All right, it is 9:10, so let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, hasn't quite hit my email yet, so I'll So what's the SPY doing? So the SPY again had that little pop, it was a pretty good pop. It's starting to fade now, so we're in for a negative open. So wheat, the high, of course, a few months ago, 3 months ago, this is when it all started. I guess that's when the war started, and so this is when wheat got all the way up to 1275. Hmm. All right, guys. So yeah, wheat and agri. There were a couple other seed plays. Well, what's seed? What's seed doing this morning? Yeah, it's up. Not very much volume, but it is up also. It would take a lot more. It would have to really start to drop a little bit more. But you're right. If it could turn into my favorite day being a stock, the market gaps down, then has some recoveries during the day, at least little hour pockets of recovery. Okay, well, I'm just seeing this one right now. So this is an earnings play, ELYM. It is an earnings play. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, just checking. Low float situation. It's an earnings play. Not very much volume yet, but of course that volume is going to pick up. So this will be an active one. I mean, it tried. I mean, I don't really recall seeing this one on Friday, because had I seen this one, I would have been looking at this potential void fill, but I don't really recall seeing it, even though the volume was good. Well, they're late at getting me my upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. It's 9:13. Usually they're really, really bang on at 9:10. Get sent to my email, so not sure what the upgrades and downgrades are this morning. I could go to another site, of course, but HCDI continues to move a little bit higher, guys. It's a $5 million share buyback announced. Low float, 9 million in the float. Okay, I see that oil is kind of flat. Brent's at 111, and actually they're almost the same now. WTI is 110. Let's take a look at the sectors as I'm waiting to see if I get my upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. No, still nothing. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors. So if I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, and then click on the dock channel bar, and then click on sector status. So I don't know what I'm going to see here. Usually it's 100% or 0. Okay, so what you're seeing here, if you're new, these are the major sectors. So this is energy, XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. And what these numbers refer to, 84%, that means that 84% of them are up from the close on Friday. Okay, it doesn't mean they're up a lot. It just means they're up from the close on Friday. Usually when we see this, it's all or nothing. In other words, 100% of them are up or none of them are up. It's either 0% or 100%. So 84% right now. So when we look at the other sectors, consumers 70%, Anything else? Yeah, so really only 33% of the tech stocks are up from Friday's close. But what I like to do is take a look at this, maybe about half an hour from now, maybe 45 minutes from now. And then instead of looking at the change from the close, I look at the change from the open, because that can really tell a completely different story. For argument's sake, or as an example, technology stocks most of them could still be down from the close on Friday, but a lot of them could be up from the open. In other words, so they could be surging from the open, still down from the close, but that just gives you a completely different look. Well, I may have to resubscribe. They're not coming in. From briefing.com this morning. I got to make sure. Yeah, interesting. First time in years, I think. Anybody else subscribe to that too? I mean, it's free from briefing.com. You get my upgrades and downgrades at 9:10 Eastern. Popped into my email. Nothing today. UWAC. Gtac. Any multiple ones? Let's see if there are any multiple. I'm just looking. Well, of course, you just have them as individuals. DraftKings could, well, okay, let's take a look left and what the next high is. It's at 1303 right now. So that high a few days ago is 1288. So the next high after that is 15. So, I mean, it's got some room. Yeah, as you know, Zach, the only reason I look at the upgrades and downgrades, just in case we see one stock being, especially on the downgrade side, one stock being downgraded by many, many different firms, that could be interesting. It's more for entertainment purposes. Every now and then I look and see what Goldman is doing, but the SPY is starting to drift down, so we're still in for a negative open. My email expired. I guess anything is possible. I mean, I've had it for years. I haven't done anything. I've been using that for years, but this one is this has been active in the past. It's NNVC. NNVC. It is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet, but of course, once the market opens, this will get some volume. What did it get up to? 170 in the pre-market. I just think it's going to be probably too much to get through, but it is an earnings play. Not too many earnings this week. Only, according to my list, only about 160 companies releasing earnings this week. We're definitely, however, somebody said next week that could increase. So I'm just going to do a quick check and see how many companies are in for or releasing earnings next week. I don't know. I only have 60. Frank, I think you said next week was. I only have 60 companies next week. So, and this week, This week is like 120. I'm sorry, actually 240. Okay, we got about 240 this week. 240 companies this week. Next week, only about 60. Just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. Oh, you know what? I saw this FIO early, PHIO. This has been has had some crazy action in the past. That's pretty crazy. Just wanted to get up to 97, right back down to, basically negative or flat. Okay, I'm hearing net, 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 net. So net, is this an earnings play? No, it's not an earnings play. When I say I'm hearing it, this is what I use in the pre-market, guys. This is my pre-market actives up and down, gap up and get down. This is a text to voice, so I hear her saying net a couple of times. Again, this is I'm sharing this. Yeah, the Gtac with the earnings and low float, absolutely. This is, but hardly any volume yet. It will pick up. My issue with this one, well, I mean, it's got room. I mean, 325. I mean, the next level would be around here. There's 370 if it can get up there. That looks like a lot of resistance. I'm very interested to see what sort of alerts we get from this one, the gap continuation or reverse, because we're really not in earnings season anymore. And most of the things that we were seeing over the last 2 to 3 weeks in this window, and this was giving us some fantastic alerts, were earnings plays. So I'm really very interested to see what happens with this one today. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I know we're going to get some, but won't get as many. But you know what? Maybe fewer is better. We'll have to see. I know a lot of you guys are following coin. This has been super active again this morning, only basically flat now. Another earnings play, guys, just sort of seeing this one now. I did see that spike up, but I mean, that's crazy. Got up to 3, right back down to 2. Basically, well, not quite flat, down 15 cents from Friday's close. This is an earnings play, AMPG. It doesn't look good now. And the next low looking left is way down. Well, not way down here, but 165. So another little earnings play, low float. Whew, okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much that's really interesting me right now, even, as I'm waiting for the open. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I would probably sit out the first 30, to be honest, just let things settle down a little bit. But I'm not really seeing anything that really excites me right now anyway. So I'm gonna have to wait. Certainly the 15 minutes. Yeah, Mike. So I mean, yeah. The question is, have I checked out Save? Yeah, I know the so-called buyout, or they're going to offer $30 or $33, but this is they're fighting it. So when I say they, Save is fighting it. Is this a test drive? Well, yes. I mean, this room is like this all the time. This is nothing special for the test drive, if that's what you mean. But if you're part of the test drive, welcome. Well, have you downloaded the program, SJP? Have you done this? The very first thing you should do, if you if you haven't done this, I'm going to give you my home page. Anybody who's taking the test drive right now, if you haven't done this yet, and I have to do this pretty quickly. Market's going to open in a couple of minutes. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, first thing you should do is this. I'm sorry, let's get started, okay? Before you do anything else, before you start asking questions about anything, at least do the let's get started, okay? Yes, it's going to take you 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, but it starts off with the download and installation, your first startup and login, okay? There are 10 videos, 30 minutes in length, okay? Before you do anything else, save yourself some aggravation and do that, okay? So if you've downloaded the program, I mean, that's the whole thing though. I mean, now you probably have a toolbar right here and you're wondering, well, now what? Well, okay, you can click on new and then you can click on the dock channel bar. Okay, and then these are all theme-based channels. These are all layouts that you can take a look at. Too bad, I guess you weren't here on last week because I was trying to get anybody who was taking the test drive to get prepared for the test drive to do that. Let's get started. Take a look at the toolbar, etc. Take a look at our user guide and maybe a couple things from the user guide, just so you have an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. But you can still do it, of course. Less than a minute to the open. All right. Well, let's have a great trading week, and it's going to be so interesting to see what happens this week. I mean, again, we don't have very many earnings plays, so I don't. We're certainly the activity is not going to be quite as robust as over the last, well, quite frankly, month and a half to 2 months. We're definitely out of earnings season. Doesn't mean we won't find things that are interesting, but just means that we won't have, a lot of earnings plays to take a look at. All right, we are now open. Yes, we are now open for business. So DTST is still, yeah, still surging here on earnings over the 200-day moving average, or right at it. 367 is the 200-day moving average. Other thing, if you're new to trading, also, I mean, first of all, remember what this program is. It's a scanner. It's a scanner. So it's not, every time I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade. It just means that, what I've set up, my scans, are producing these ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. But if you're new to trading, I would also click on my homepage link and go to the education section. Okay, there's the education section right here. Click on that link and then scroll down until you see back to basics. If you're new to trading, it's going to take you some time. This is about a 26-minute long video, but it starts off literally with what is a stock, okay? Okay, how is that trade of the week doing? WEAT, and it is, as I said, well, okay, in theory, it has triggered, okay? The trigger point is 1174. Doesn't mean you have to take it right now, but you know, how you manage it will be up to you. Trade of the week is a free service. You sign up for it. And the trigger point was 1174. Wheat and agri and those sort of stocks seem to be in play today. And the market opened, and so Dow's down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY's down so far. Well, I wouldn't watch them later trading, Mama. I would watch them now. I know, listen, I know the excitement about, oh, I've got trade ideas now, I want to trade immediately. You don't know the program. It's a software program, okay? Like any other software program out there, there is a learning curve. Now, you don't have to learn everything there is to know about trade ideas, but you should have some of the basics down. You know, what is an alert window? What is a top list window? You know, how would I create one if I want to? But I am sharing a lot of scans, and in this toolbar from new dog channel bar, there are all sorts of layouts and scans in here that you can take a look at. Just kind of surf through it. All right, well, the market is putting in, well, it's below that magic 400 also. SPY is just below that 400 mark. Complete disarray now with Twitter. I mean, no, we tried to tell people. People kept saying, why wouldn't I not just buy Twitter, you know, when it was at 48, 49, because the buyout's at 54.20. And what did we keep saying? First of all, if this deal goes through, it's going to be months, and anything can happen between when it was announced and if it does close. And, you know, I mean, you've been following the drama. All right, well, most stocks now are in drift down mode. As the market, that's 40, that's almost an hour straight down now, starting at that 8:45 candle, almost an hour straight down. You can just see how choppy things can be in the first 15 minutes. You know, look at DraftKings, BKNG, widely followed stock now. Yeah, Jeffries put a $60 price target on them, but you know, it got up to what, 13.28 in the pre-market, down to 12.62. That's why my recommendation, especially if you're new to trading, listen, I set out the first 15, but if you're new to trading, I would set out the first 30. Yeah, H&R Block, man, what a fantastic earnings play. Really. So H&R Block released earnings on, that looks like that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now today. Look at that from earnings, H&R Block. This has not cared what the market has done at all. This has just been straight up. Look at coin. Coin, I think got almost up to 70, right? Almost up to 70. Yeah, almost up to $70. And now look at that drop. Well, we're getting a big sell-off now. So if you won't short, then it's pretty tough in a market like this. I'm not saying there's nothing you can go long on, but it's pretty tough in a market like this. All right, Marathon, MRO. This is usually a pretty active one. Of course, the energy play, MRO. The next high looking left is 28.38, 28.38. So it has a little bit of room. Not much though on a percentage basis, but it is breaking out a little bit here out of this consolidation. Okay, so agri, lots of volume coming in. AGRI, a lot of volume coming in. And we have our first halt of the day, ICMB. Okay, just this is halted on the way down. I'm sorry, this is a resume. ICMB just resumed. Excuse me, sorry about that. Well, this one is in super recovery mode still. A UPST. This got This got really hit on earnings. There was the reaction from 82 down to wow 34, but it's been in recovery mode ever since. Because the low was 25, we're at 39 now, and obviously, I mean, it wants to keep recovering. I mean, there's the next high looking left, $84. Certainly not saying it's going to get there, but definitely in recovery mode. UPST. All right, look at the SPY now, guys. Wow, nice, nice recovery. Look at the SPY here. If that holds, nice green bar. If that holds. So my watch list up and down, nothing appears until at least 9:40. Yeah, 9:45. I put a delay on purpose, just to try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, Joby, Joby is on the move here a little bit. What was the high on Friday? The high on Friday was 543, so it's approaching that. But I look at this and I think there is a ton of resistance. Let's look at that daily chart right around that 550 mark. So I think there's a ton of resistance. So this is shortable for me, an interactive broker. So let's see how it does around here. And if it gets rejected, this could fall right back down. And that is the JOBY. Okay, Agri is still strong. It's through that 200-day moving average now, 228 through the 200-day moving average. I guess the next high looking left is what, 267, so it's getting close to that high. So is wheat following? W-E-A-T, is wheat following? Sort of. Again, the trigger is 1174, so it is above that. I mean, it's up to you if you take the trade. This is the trade of the week. You know, the next high looking left is way up here at 1275. SPY is chopping around, guys. There's a topping tail there, bottoming tail. So the SPY is kind of chopping around. Look at Weber. Look at the rebound for Weber. WEBR got down to what, 557. Wow, that's a big pop. Look at the volume that came into Weber. WEBR. It's an earnings play. Huh. Look at the pop for. I mean, this is why it's very difficult in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at that bottoming tail for AFRM. I mean, AFRM looked like that was it again, and then whoops, pops right back up again. So save yourself a lot of grief if you just sit out at least the first 15. If you're new, I would probably sit out the first 30. Let things settle down a little bit. You'll miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning, but I'm telling you, so many stocks look like this with big bottoming tails, topping tails, and that first 15. I mean, look at DraftKings, look at DKNG. Now, maybe that aggressive price target is starting to take effect. GKNG. Got down to 1265, back up to 1335. I mean, this has got, obviously it's got room. I mean, 1504 is the next high looking left. Never mind that $60 price target, but just looking at a chart and where it could stall, you know, it's all I do. I just look left. On a daily, weekly, or monthly chart, I just look left to see, excuse me, where the next high is. But look at this bottoming tail, look at this topping tail. You see how things can be in the first 15. And it's not like after the first 15 minutes, everything settles down. But certainly though, in the first 15, you can get whipped in and out of trades just like that. You know, this is sort of my theme too. I mean, there's nothing worse than, you know, taking a few early trades, losing a couple of times early, puts you in a bad frame of mind, number one, and then you can start revenge trading, trying to make up for the, you know, the instant losses. Okay, we have our first one from the gap continuation or reverse. So CLM on the move here, CLM on the move. The Cornerstone Strategic Value Fund. So this is a fund. Yeah, it's got some room. I mean, look at the 200-day moving average, so they're $1 away. CLM on the move here. I don't think I saw this really in the pre-market. Why? Because it didn't do anything in the pre-market. But boy, once this market opened, look at this, CLM. So if somebody's going to say, well, why didn't we see it here or here or here or here? Well, you can construct any scan you want to catch these right off the bat. The problem is the volume was probably so low, very low, and the volume is picking up obviously now. So you can construct a scan to see something right here. The problem is you might get 30 others that don't do this. Okay, so yeah, while it's frustrating to see something run away and it's not appearing earlier, but again, you could get 30 others that don't do this, but just stop and move down. So the thing to do now is to maybe watch this on maybe a pullback, a little pullback, to see if it does that. So this is a gap up and reverse, MT, steel play. MT is a gap up and now it's starting to reverse. Whoa, look at the SPY. Guys, you see how choppy this can get. Look at that candle now. Look at that candle right there. That's the second 15-minute candle. Remember this candle at one point on the SPY was green. It looked like, okay, we're going to have a nice recovery. Sellers just laid into it and they're continuing. So, and look at DraftKings. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. Look at DraftKings, DKNG. Up, down, up, down, up, down. So this one is not shortable for me, the CLM, but your bias has to be, short when you see the market doing this. Anything that is popping, this has got absolutely stupendous news about it. How's it going to hold its gains in the face of a market that's doing this? Again, unless it has, something really, really exciting about it. There's the DTST. It's not, I don't know if you call this, I don't call that exciting now. 382, now down to 342, and maybe sinking. Not shortable for me. It's an earnings play. Well, if I can't see it on the daily chart reel, then I'll look at the weekly chart. If I can't see it on the weekly, then I look at the monthly. It's really that simple. That's why I have the daily, weekly, and monthly. So for instance, DTST, okay? So I can't see quickly where the next high is. So then I would look at my weekly chart, okay? And then I could see where the next high is on the weekly. If all this were underneath that current price, if I couldn't see, if all of this were way underneath, then I'd have to look at the monthly. Now, if I look at the monthly and I see the next high is like, 7 years ago or, 10 years ago, I don't care. Even 3 or 4 years ago, I probably don't care. I'm not one of these people that, like, wow, it's coming into a 10-year high. I don't think anything that happened 10 years ago is not relevant today, in my opinion. Look at this SPY, guys. Whoa. Well, here's the first one. There's the first one. So Kern, if you don't have this window up and running, okay, there's the very first one. Now, recommendation. This is just an idea. So there's a short for BRLT at 452. Okay, so that's it. And now when? The earliest can be 9:35. That's the earliest you'll see anything. You notice it was at 9:48. So if you're part of this test drive or you're new to trade ideas, you have our premium service. Best way to watch this is just click on new from our toolbar, and then the AI/slash Holly strategy trades window. Okay, make it easy on yourselves. Don't complicate the issue. Just have this window and wait for the alerts to happen. The other thing I would do is take a look at that filter, and I would just filter it on the profitable trades. That's all I would do. Just watch the ones that are profitable. It's like anything else. Treat it like a watch list. If you had a watch list of stocks that you were following, you would probably only look at the ones that were working well for you, right? You wouldn't look at the ones that aren't working or not you're not interested in. So well, here's another one that just got halted, guys. So I had earnings, didn't see it at all. Why? It didn't do anything pre-market. TSHA, Taysha Gene Therapies. So this is an earnings play and just got halted on the way down. And this is shortable. Yeah, you can have it. You can here's the now remember, this is what you see here. This is my layout, and I am sharing it if you want it. But remember, it is a layout. So if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, because your layout will disappear. Again, this is my layout. This isn't, I mean, you have to figure out if you're new to trading, you have to try to figure out what type of trader you want to be. I am a momentum trader. So I like to see things at the high or the low of the day. That's not necessarily what everybody wants. A lot of people think that's crazy. You only want to see stocks that pull back to a certain level and then take it, and that's fine. I just decided that I want to be a momentum trader. So this is a momentum layout, basically. That's just, custom designed for the way I like to trade. But remember, when I put that link as a layout. So if you have a layout up and running, if you created one, before you do anything, make sure you save that layout to the cloud first. Wow. What are you doing? Wow. Up, down. So you see how this disappeared? Kern disappeared, I think. So the reason it disappeared, it's no longer profitable, so it disappears. So I'd be waiting. I'm in, you shouldn't be any rush to just take a trade just because it appears even in the AI. Especially, I think Kern. Okay, see now there. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't Kern. It was BRLT. I'm sorry, I got you mixed up here. So it was BRLT. But I'm looking at this, and the spread is not great. 444, 452. Well, guys, this is a almost a lifetime low. OSCR is sinking. Not really, Joel. I mean, in theory, it is possible, but it's very limited. Okay. I mean, in theory, it is possible. But if you're looking, for instance, if you wanted to get every single alert that comes, it just doesn't work. It's if you're looking for one or two alerts a day, maybe. I can send you to our homepage. I can show you how to do it, but you just recognize that it's really not designed to get, an instant alert, an instant Gmail or an email alert the second you get an alert. I mean, it's fine, I guess, if you want to swing trade and swing trading, it's not as critical. But if you're looking for rapid fire, no, it won't work. Look at GFF, guys. GFF. What are you doing and why? Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. You, any old fans of the Odd Couple? OSCR, guys. This is now almost a lifetime low. Boy, we've had some, I mean, very choppy action to start, guys. I mean, again, take a look at it. Look at the SPY here. You know, look at the SPY here to start. I mean, look at these topping tails. Again, what does it mean? At one point, the buyers had this up here, and then the sellers knocked it down here. The buyers tried again, moved it higher. Sellers knocked it down here. Then the sellers tried to knock it down here, and they still may be in force. You know, but the buyers are trying. So, I mean, very choppy action. Unless you're in a stock that is truly and utterly trading on its own. Yeah. Well, here, if you have it, Black Dog, I mean, you see short, these two are short ideas right off the bat. Can you see my screen? You can see my screen. You can see there are two short ideas right there. But can you see my screen? If you can see my screen, these are the AI alerts right now. Or Holly, I mean, it's nicknamed Holly, okay? If you can see my screen, and you see it says short. So the other one that was short is no longer profitable. So well, this one is on a mission, guys. The Griffin Corporation, it's almost an all-time high. GFF. Is there some news on this? No, okay, I see what's happening. So they're looking at, perhaps a sale, a merger, recapitalization options. Okay, so they're either trying to put themselves in play. That's a big move. All right, so TVTX, guys, this is a gap up and now a reverse. And this was up because, yeah, okay. So the company received priority review from the FDA, et cetera, for its drug, its treatment. Okay. That's why it was up. But look who started this company. Martin Shkreli. That's how you pronounce his name. Not that he's got probably, I'm sure he has nothing to do with the company now, or maybe I'm being naive. Pharma Boy, yeah, that's him. All right, guys. So the IREN has shown up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an all-time low. I don't see any specific news on it, but this is definitely, if you're in the raw, and if you're new to the room, you don't know, but this is basically my favorite scan when the market is, of course, doing something like this. This is the 10-day daily breakdown, but also it's an all-time low. And that is the the IREN. The spread really widened now in REN. Honda, guys, HMC, this is a gap down and go. So in other words, a gap down and now is continuing to move down for how much longer? I don't know, but let's take a look left. What's the next low looking left? See, can't see anything on the daily, okay? Cannot see anything on the daily. Now I could expand this, but I don't want to. I just go to the weekly. Can't see anything on the weekly. So now I look at my monthly. And so the monthly, the low, 2417. That's the next low looking left that I can see on the monthly chart, 2417. So I mean, this could have support around that 24 mark. I mean, this is almost an all-time low also, guys. The Brilliant Earth Group, another IPO. I think this was a SPAC that turned into a BRLT back here. Almost an all-time low. It's from the AI, 452, 447. It hasn't really moved that much, but it is an all-time low, so nothing's going to hold it up chart-wise. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting here. ROB, sorry, RBLX from Zach, RBLX. So when Zach is saying eyeing 35, what he's talking about is a potential short. So yeah, 35, 34.19. So the next high looking left is around 35. That's been pretty strong. I mean, the DTSD has been pretty strong. I still have my doubts that it'll take out, well, actually, it's right at that 200-day. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average now, 367. And when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is around 4. So, there's 384. So between here and 4, it would appear that there is quite a bit of resistance if you look at the weekly chart. If it could ever crack through 4, and again, it is an earnings play, so lots of volume. This is traded at a float almost 10 times now. Well, not quite 10 times, but there's the float, almost 4 million. It's traded around 36 million. So let's say that's 9 times the float. You just divide that float into how much is traded. That would be how much is traded, or how much the float is turned over. No, I'm going to give this short a little bit. I'm in this short, this IREN. I didn't like the way the spread was widening, but and basically it's right where a little bit below where I shorted it, but we'll have to see. I just wish that spread would tighten up. That's the one I was thinking of, RKDA. Was running with it, but again. So now look at the SPY, guys. Look at those 2 bottoming tails in the SPY. I mean, the buyers are trying. They are trying like mad. Okay, guys, Save is on the move here now. A little bit on the move. This is a gap up and go, but you got to understand what the story is with JetBlue and Save and Frontier. All right, this is a gap down and reverse. BVS is a gap down and it is reversing. And the next high looking left is 883. Boy, it's been choppy action, guys. Very choppy action. So again, green SPY candle, that 10 o'clock 15-minute is green for how long? Will the buyers be able to maintain this? INSM is on the move here, guys. INSM, now this is, wow, this got some move or some room. Let's see. The next high looking left is 1939. It's right there. If it can take that out with any authority, then the next high is 2048. So this has some room when you look left on this daily chart. And when I say that, it doesn't mean that it's going to get up to this level. It just means that at least you take one reason why a stock will not continue to move out of the equation, which is, some chart resistance. So we're just pointing that out, or at least I'm just pointing that out. Doesn't mean it's going to, get up to this 2848, but at least you look at that and go, okay, well, that's the next high looking left. And that's, in theory, far enough away that it could keep running for a while before it hit it. And now, so this is now showing up on Zach's topping scanner, INSM. Just trying to see if there's any specific news for INSM. And this is just showing up in a basic new highs. That's all it is. And I've got some very tough, you don't get too many alerts in here. Oh my gosh, is AUST down to 181? Well, I think it was just looking at the next high looking left, I think, for RBLX. I mean, it doesn't mean that's going to stall it, of course, but that was the next high looking left, 3506. As we know, it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to stall it, but there seemed to be quite a bit of action right around that 35 mark. Well, INSM is just on a mission, guys. INSM. Again, as I said, the next high looking left is 2048. Well, it looks like the buyers momentarily have gained control again. This is going to close. This candle will close in about 30 seconds. So the buyers, just look at that SPY candle. Boy, the CMRX is just, I didn't take it. Wow. I mean, it's just getting crushed again. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low must be down around here, but crushed on earnings, 60% down. Very cheap stock. Give me a moment, guys. I am just following an internal trade ideas discussion. Well, guys, look at this INSM. As I say, this is just ripping higher here now. If you took this one, again, your next level, 2048, but I also look at 20. That's a pretty psychological number to get through. But look at the market. It's moving with the market. INSM is basically moving with this market. Market has gone, well, it's still slightly negative, but not in a big way now. I mean, this Cook is sort of interesting, but again, I just look at, I just think there's too much resistance between here and this six level and 630 level. I mean, it may make its way through, but I just like to see something a lot cleaner. Insider buy, okay, thank you, Zach. Well, if I were looking to short this, I mean, I'd be really watching that 20 level. You know, I just think those sort of numbers are psychological to get through, in my opinion, anyway. Who's defending Sava today? SAVA? Of course, if you don't know the story behind this one, Alzheimer drug, all sorts of, had a huge move up to 144, and then doubts started to surface regarding the validity of their testing, etc. And that just caused that one. I mean, it did have some spurts up again when some came in to try to defend it. This IREN short is just taking its time. And basically, I'm flat right now. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, at 10:20, this is typically what I do at 10:20. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. This is not special for the test drive or anything like that. This is what we do, again, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, you're going to hear me reference this test drive. You can still sign up for it. I'm going to put the link in. You can actually sign up until Friday. But just understand this. The test drive is set up. You click on the link. For between today and the 29th, okay? So if you sign up right now, it will cost you $11.11. You'll get the balance of today, which is basically the day until the 29th. That is 10 trading days. But if you can't sign up today, but you can sign up tomorrow, you'll get 9 days, okay? So you'll get 10 full days as long as you can sign up today. And it'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to the premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade. Okay, that's the only thing you won't be able to do, but you can have access. Take a look at what the AI is all about. If you're part of our standard service, you can do this also. We'll upgrade you to the premium service for those 10 trading days for the $11.11. Now listen carefully. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. So we do this about 4 times a year. So it's a good opportunity to try our program out again for $11.11 for basically 10 trading days. You get the balance of today plus 9 days, okay? If you haven't signed up for it. If you have signed up for it and you haven't done this, I really recommend, let me just put my homepage link in. Listen, it's a software program. There's a learning curve. You can't expect us to turn it on and think, okay, now make me money. Okay, it doesn't work like that. First thing to do, though, in my opinion, is to go to my homepage link, click on my homepage link. When you do that, let me get rid of this. When you do that, so this is what you're going to see. Now, if you want to take out a subscription right now, though, what I would do is no point taking out a subscription right now. Why don't you just spend the $11.11, get the 10 trading days, and if you want to take out a subscription afterwards, do so. We'll have a better promo code for you. But again, if you want to take it out right now, fine. There's a promo code you can use. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This gives you an idea about how much it costs. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. Basically, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. And this is what it looks like. Basically, you get an alert. How you trade it will be up to you. You have an alert, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You don't have to take out and it's $2,000 right now, less the 15%. That's for the premium. $1,000 less the 15% for the standard. But what I would do, you make sure you want the program before, so don't take out an annual. Go monthly. Standard, premium, 118, 228, less that 15%. If you want to upgrade, you can always upgrade from a monthly to an annual, and we'll honor the 15%. But try us out first before you decide on an annual. And there's nothing wrong with sticking with a monthly subscription, as long as you know that's what you'll pay going forward. Now, again, though, if you are So if you're going to take the test drive, please do this first. Click on the Let's Get Started. And it goes over, it's about 30 minutes long. And there are 10 videos. 1 out of 10, download and installation. First startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Take the time to go through these videos. Now, if you've already downloaded and installed, then you don't have to, look at those first 2, but take the time to do it. It's a software program. And once you do that, then you can take a look at the user guide. Okay, you click on the education section right here. Click on the education section. You can take a look at the user guide. Now, you don't get hung up on thinking, how am I possibly going to learn all this? You don't have to. Well, all I would do, the getting started is here, so it's right there. But all I would do in this test drive to start off with is you should know what the channel bar can do, and I'm going to go over that. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, the difference between them. And if you want to create your own scans, you know, there's some videos in here and text, etc., that shows you how. But I'm actually going to show you how you can take my scans and also the scans from the toolbar, from the channel bar. So if you don't want to build your own scans at the beginning, that's fine. But I would at least take a look at this, okay? Top list windows, alert windows. Never mind all the rest. I mean, all the rest, I mean, you can, you know, get into it if you want, but, you know, don't think you're in 10 days, if you're part of this test drive, that you're going to learn everything about trade ideas. First of all, there's no need to learn everything. You can kind of pick and choose what interests you. It's just like, you know, I always use this analogy. Look at look at a Word manual. I mean, if somebody say, well, you've got to learn all of this before you can even print. I mean, let's face it, who would do it? I mean, the Word manual is daunting, but nobody has to learn everything that's in an MS Word manual. It's got to be your computer then, Trading Mama. Must be your speed or something, because this is not, you know, otherwise I'd be getting many people telling me the same thing. You're talking about the chat, like the trading room, or what are you talking about when you're saying the speed of this is very pixelated? Because again, I'd be getting many comments. Yeah, so it must be something to do with your computer speed. I don't know what else to say. The other thing is you maybe want to do a refresh, maybe change browsers. I don't know what browser you're using, but maybe just do a refresh. There's a gear somewhere up in this upper corner where it says to refresh. Maybe you can try that. Yeah, maybe you're going to have to either do a refresh, or maybe reload the program, or change your browser. Otherwise, everybody would be saying that. Okay, the Market Explorer is here. If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on, where are you? Market Explorer, okay? And so you click on that, and then if you right click on it, and then hover over that server window, and then you'll see all of the strategies that have been created. Don't ask, I don't use this at all, okay? So it's up to you. I mean, I don't use any of these, not my style of trading. But here they are, and you can take a look at them. If you want to find out about what they're all about, okay, good. If you want to find out what they're all about, what each one of those strategies is all about, just go to the user guide and go to the Market Explorer section, and it'll give a brief blurb about what they're all about. Wow, look at this market. Nice recovery here. Not helping my eye wrench short, but nice recovery. We're almost going to go positive. Okay, let me just keep going over my home page. There's a lot of information on my home page. You guys are talking about Veru. So the high on Friday, yeah, still got some room. 15.15 was the high on Friday. So on my homepage, there's still a lot of other information. We already talked about how you can take out a subscription, of course. But the trade of the week, you can sign for that. Sign up for that. That is a free service. The trade of the week this week is WEAT. I do a stock of the day video. If usually the first couple of days of the test drive, I don't, but I'm not seeing too many questions, so I may be able to do a video. And that's at noon Eastern that I do it. course, it says you know you don't watch it live or anything like that, but you can sign up for it. And again, all the education is here. So I've already gone over the user guide, but also the daily support session. So at noon, between 12 and 1, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris. Should be Chris. Pretty sure it's going to be Chris. And Chris is also in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, because I shut down the main room at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So you can ask him all sorts of questions also. But he'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinar. So we're on a Monday, Wednesday, and then the following week a Tuesday, Thursday rotation. No webinars in the 2 weeks during the test drive, but you can sign up for them all here. And I mentioned this one before. If you are new to trading, you know, this is a great introduction to trading. It starts off with what is a stock? All free. Let's go back to basics. And last, my scans. All the scans that I am sharing. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up and gap down, pre-market act as up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. I really keep an eye on this one, the gap continuation or reverse. Still giving us some good ones. Okay, but you know, I've created all sorts of different types of scans for different styles of trading. Okay, so you can take a look at this. And then again, what I would do, you know, there's a lot of information here, of course, so let's get started. All my scans, the education. Save my link, then you can look at all this anytime you want. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So I just showed you this BRLT short, not working too badly, guys. 452, 438. Where could it go? Well, we don't know, but I can tell you this: it's an all-time low. So there's nothing stopping it. You know, when you look at a chart, there's no chart support. And be careful, you know, I know that, you know, AI suggested the long and save. You got to know the story and what's happening with save in the JetBlue and Frontier, etc. Just so you know. And if you don't know, you know, you can, I'm sure that our news must have. Yeah, so our news has it, all the information. Yeah, it's not a Mac program. We make, you know, obviously there are ways in which you can use it on a Mac. People that trade ideas who have Macs that basically use an emulation program like Parallels or AWS, a cloud-based service. Okay, you can do that. Of course, it is available as on the web as a web-based version, but you're right, it is not as powerful. But most people, you know, if they're bound and determined to use a Mac, and they're serious about it, probably use something like Parallels. So as I say, we are a scanner. We scan the US market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So as I was showing you how you can access my scans if you go to my homepage, but lots of scans are here. You click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels, theme-based channels. So for instance, I know a very popular one is the momentum channel. So here is a scan. We call it momentum. So for instance, TNK just showed up. Okay. You can see the momentum. Look, I mean, look at the pot. Well, it's a daily. Well, even on the 15-minute chart, you can just sort of see there's it's a momentum scan. And if you ever want to know what a scan is looking for, so including my scans that I'm sharing, all you have to do is right click, configure, summary. That'll tell you what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, the scan is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. This current volume filter is a great filter that we've got. It says current volume is at least 3. What that means is that if you take the average over the last 10 days, now this is an approximate, okay? This is an approximate definition, but the average over the last 10 days of what is traded up to this time of day, at 10:30, it is trading 3 times normal up to this time of the day. So it looks at, what is it traded on average up to this time of the day over the last 10 days? Well, it's trading 3 times that. So, we're always looking for stocks. I mean, if you're into day trading, you're looking for stocks that are moving, you want to make sure you're into something that's active. So, I mean, this is a great filter that we've got. Then again, the volume, 100,000 shares, etc. Okay, so these are the filters that we're using. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why this TNK showed up, a real-time alert. So at 10:35, 18:08 was the new high for the day, and it met all these filter requirements. Now, if you don't like exactly what you see here, in other words, maybe you want a different price range, you just click on the icon and see how it says 1 and 50. I can change it to say 10 and 6, 10 and 100. Okay, I click on the summary now and see how that has changed to 10 and 100. I say okay. So now this is between 10 and 100. That's why that's MANT is now starting to show up. So, but a word about this. If I leave this channel and I come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. But what I'm really trying to show you, though, is that you can go to the different channels. You can select if you thought, yeah, I like. Now you could use it. You could not make any changes at all if you don't want, or you can make a change, and then this is what you can do. You can take the scan outside. I'm going to show you how you do it. You right click, and then you duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, this showed up. This is showing up. I have 2 other monitors. Okay, so this showed up, and here it is. Okay, now what you can do is right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Okay, now it's in the cloud, and I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. I'm going to get rid of this now. Now you can go to another channel, and you can do the same sort of thing. You can take a look at a scan, and you can say to yourself, I don't mind that. And do the same sort of thing. You can either take it as it is, make some modifications if you want, save it to the cloud, and then what you can do is bring back all of those scans one by one, file, load from cloud, and you'll see it right up at the top if you've never done it before. Highlight it, load it, and then it'll appear on your screen. So you can, really what I'm trying to show you is that you can take the scans that we've got, also the scans that I've got, and create a layout without actually having to know how to build a scan from scratch. Because once you've got all this, everything on your screen, you might want to put some charts in. You might want to put, a single stock window. I mean, this is up to you. And don't think you have to learn all this in one day. And then once you've got a layout, then you file, save or share to cloud. Click on entire. And this eventually, yeah, this is a little slow because I've got too many things going on, but okay. And then if you did it, this would almost show up instantly. And then you just give it a name, my first trade ideas layout, whatever you want to call it, and save it. Now, very important that you save things to the cloud. If you create it, if you create your own scan or you take some of the scans that I've got or from the window, I would save I would save individual scans to the cloud. I would save your layout to the cloud also. Why? If you decide, well, a few reasons. First of all, if you're part of this test drive, we don't put you into a subscription when it's over. There's nothing for you to do. Once it's over, it's over. Well, let's just say you do want to take out a subscription later on, be it the following day after the test drive, the following week, following month, following year, whenever that time duration is. If you use the same, if when you take out a subscription, use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything that you did, if as long as you save it to the cloud, will be available to you. Okay. The other reason to save things to the cloud is you have multiple, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm obviously working off a desktop, but I've got a laptop, I've got several tablets, okay? So all I have to do is download the program to the different devices, and then I just go to the cloud and load my layout or I'll load a scan or whatever I want. I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now, you can only have trade ideas loaded you can only use trade ideas one device at a time. Okay, so I can't, for instance, I'm on my desktop, I can't go to my laptop and load trade ideas and have it up and running. Okay, you can only have it up and running one device at a time. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I go to an alert window and I right click and click on configure, and then search. When you see these icons, these are all of the alert icons that we've got. Now, I typically, because I'm a momentum trader, I just usually use the new high, new low, but we have a lot of different alerts, real-time alerts. And when I scroll down and I get to these icons, these are the filter icons. Now, again, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. One of the common questions we get or responses, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. What we did as a company, or I wasn't involved then, but in 2003, when the company started, they thought that the reason that most people probably don't want to have to learn a programming language in order to build a scan. So what they thought they would do is try to create as many alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So do not get hung up on how many we've got. I probably use 0.5% of them. Now, if you want to find out what they're all about, you can do that. You click on that first one and click on help, and you will see what they're all about. You don't have to do this though, but if you're interested, you can kind of see what they're all about. Yeah, I had TradeStation a long time ago, Barry, and yeah, if you're into programming and all, fine. Most people are not. The same with eSignal. There's a programming language there. Yeah, if you're into it, yeah, no problem. You want to, but most people do not want to spend a lot of time trying to learn a programming language. All right, guys. Now, the next thing is just go over this AI. So this is what the AI looks like. As I said before, don't complicate it. Okay, so I have a question. Can you make your own alerts? Well, you cannot make your own alerts. No, if it doesn't appear, then you can't. You can combine, there is something that we call, but this is an advanced topic, okay? There is something that we call custom filters that you can take our filters. I don't want to go over this in any great detail, but you can take our filters and combine them somehow to make another filter out of the data points that we have. But that's an advanced topic. I do not want to really talk about it right now. Okay. But the question is, can you make your own alerts? You cannot manufacture your own alerts. No. And you're talking about a bounce of the VWAP. I mean, since the open. I mean, you can have I mean, we do have VWAP filters and alerts. If I right click, if you ever want to find out what we have, you're wondering, well, what if Trade Ideas has this? Just go to an alert window and right click, configure, and do a search. So for instance, you asked about VWAP. So type in VWAP and see what we've got. So we do have crossed above VWAP. Okay, so that might help you. Cross below. And then these are filters though, okay? These are filters. So if you want to find stocks that are above the VWAP, you can create a filter because this is just min and every filter looks like this with a min and a max. So for instance, if you said, I want to see every stock that's above the VWAP, then in the min, you could put, 0.001 as an example. And then that means that the stock would have to be above the VWAP. If you want it to be a certain percentage above the VWAP, then if you want it to be at least 1%, you would put 1 in here as an example. Okay. So, I mean, there are things you can do without having to know any sort of programming. So again, before you ask a question, well, can Trade Ideas do this? Again, go to the search. What do we have for MACD? This is what we have. If you don't see what you want, then we don't have it. In other words, if you wanted a 12-minute MACD cross, we don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. You can't create it. RSI. This is what we have. If you want a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay. What do we have for Ichimoku? I put that up because it's sort of somewhat popular. Well, we don't have it at all. So before you wonder or ask me or just sit there wondering, oh, I wonder if Trade Ideas has this or that, just you can do a little bit of work on your own. Just right click on an alert window. Again, right click on an alert window, configure, search, and type it in, the search term. Just type it in and see if we have it. So again, if you want to follow the AI, make it super easy. Don't complicate the issue. I know we have a channel, the AI channel, but what I would do is just get this window up and running. And that from the toolbar, just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. It's all you should pay attention to. Never mind anything else. And use this like a watch list. The reason I say it like that is that, people get very hung up and they say, oh man, there's an entry at 452. I've missed it. And now some people get very hung up because when they look at it and it's at 450 as an example, and they think, well, I can't take the trade. It's 2 cents away from the entry. First of all, the way I trade, I never take a trade unless I look at the chart. So I don't care if the alert is coming from an AI window or from my setups. I always click on the alert. I take a look to see what's happening. What is the market doing? I mean, if I wanted to go long right now, I better be really, really certain that this stock is really trading on its own. Trading on its own, meaning it, within reason, it's not tracking what the market's doing. mean, look what the market's doing now. Now we've got this, this down. This is a very choppy day. Chop all the way down, came all the way up. Now it's coming down. A very choppy day, difficult trading day. So if I all of a sudden got some kind of a long, something that from my scan or from the AI suggesting to take a long, and I look at this, I go, why would I do that? I better have a really good reason for doing that. Yeah, sometimes these alerts, especially the VWAP crosses and some of these crosses, they require a volume confirmation. Okay. The other thing that can be causing it to be a little bit different from what you used to depends if it's using pre-market data or not pre-market data. Other than that, Carlos, I really cannot help. I don't use the MACD, but if you have a question about that, I would go to our homepage and ask that question. Okay. And I'll just give you our homepage link. But those are two reasons why you may not be getting the same sort of results that you might be accustomed to. Okay, so if you go to the home page and click on the home page link that I just put in there, wait for the little balloon wait for the questions and answers, click on questions and answers, and then click on ask. Okay, and just ask the question. Hey, I don't think the results I'm getting from MACD or what I'm used to. Now they might ask for a little more. Now you see what's happening is, of course, with this test drive, we're probably getting a lot of questions right now. So you might have to be a little bit patient. Okay, usually it's immediate, but it's probably that we're getting a lot of questions right now. Well, guys, one trade, it's starting to work for me. RIREN, stuck with it. And I should have taken some out, but I was talking. I should have taken some out on that 450 break. So again, just so to make it easy, just follow this, use it like a watch list. Where I was really going with this is that, so the BRLT, let's just say you looked at this and you got the alert at 452 and now it's 450 or 449. You think, man, have I missed it? Well, first of all, these are not designed just to scalp a penny or two. Now, the result may only be that, we don't know, but it's not designed to do that. It's designed for decent moves. Can't possibly know how much further this is going down though. But what can happen is, let's just say for argument's sake, you see where it is right now, BRLT. Let me get out a big chart here. And let's put BRLT and put it on a 5-minute chart. Well, even a 15. What if this started to base right here, okay, at this 440? Base, 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 base. When I say base, it doesn't deviate too much from the 440. And then all of a sudden, it has another move down from that base. That can give you an opportunity to get into the trade again or for the first time. Okay, I use this like a watch list. That's what it is. It's a watch list for me. I demonstrated a couple of times, or about 3 or 4 of them last week, set up fantastically later on. We had the initial alert for some of these stocks. They ran and then they based, and then these were long plays, and then they ran again. So you use it like a watch list. So don't get so hung up and, man, I missed it. Especially don't get hung up though. If you do see it at 452 on the as the alert, and now it's at 450, you could have easily taken the trade at 450. Don't get hung up on your didn't get it right at, or you didn't take the trade right at 452. The last, just want to talk about this window that this big blue, well, it's not so big right now. Normally I don't show the AI, but in the test drive it will show the AI. Normally this window is, I don't have this here, I have it in another monitor. So this is a big blue window. Anyway, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. All right, so I just put a link called Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, I'll demonstrate how you can take a trade, etc. Okay. The longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And yes, this is available during the test drive. Okay. The only thing you can't do, you cannot auto trade anything during the test drive. Now, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. It's a feature, it's an option. That's all it means. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. If you mean using Brokerage Plus, Mark? You can use Brokerage Plus in the pre and post market. Yep. You have to go in limit orders like any other, like all brokers. If you use your broker to trade pre and post, you have to go limit orders. You can't go market orders, but yeah, you can do it. Now, how I really like to demonstrate this though is as a simulator, okay? Especially if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you'd like to, you create your own strategy, idea, and you want to kind of test it out to see how it would work, take some trades in it, you can do so. So now, again, this window is only available if you're using our app. If you're using just the web-based version, this window is not available. But you can use it as a simulator. You notice it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath. One says live, one says sim. So as a simulator or paper trader, I cannot emphasize more or enough. If you're new to trading, don't trade live until you've practiced trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. You can use our simulator. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you click on sim. When I click on sim, see this says not connected right now. I'm going to click on sim, and it's going to change. It'll say account, and then I click on account and trading simulated default. Now I'm in the simulator. Now I can practice trading. Oh boy, that was a nice one. The ZNTL from your topping scan, Zach. I can see it right here. Now, the original alerts were way down here at 2458, so that kept moving. But no, I have not been able to do. Once I get through this little spiel, I'll be able to concentrate a little bit more. So I want to just show you a little bit about money management and how you can take a trade in the simulator. So let's just take if I can find one that makes a little bit of sense. All right, let's just say you wanted to take this IMMR. Okay. Again, this is for demonstration purposes. So when I clicked on the alert, this was on another window, another monitor. The symbol shows up. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go right in at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. So I click the buy button and then I click send, and now it'll take the trade. And it'll show up. It will show up. There it goes. Okay, so there's my entry. Okay, it took the trade at 568. I am now going to put a stop in. Add the stop order. I'm going to put it in at 548. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this and what I even mean by a stop. So one of the things about trading, how I trade anyway, is I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Not to take a trade. I want to be very, very selective about what I do, the trades I take. So my suggestion is to have some kind of a checklist that you have to check every single box before you take a trade. Now, your checklist can be completely different from my checklist. Okay. Most of the things, when I see an alert, most of the things have already been checked. The reason being is that all my alerts, I'm never going to see outside of a price range that I don't want to trade. It'll always have at least a minimum volume that I'm looking for, that relative volume that I'm looking for. So a lot of things are already checked for me before when I get the alert. My next step then is to click on the alert, then to kind of check to see what's happening. What's the market doing? How much room does it have if it's at the high of the day? When I look left, does it still have some room, etc.? Okay, so I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. Unless I check every box, I just don't take the trade. Now, don't go overboard. Don't have like 100 things that have to work before you take a trade. Otherwise, you'll never take anything. But this is why you have to practice, 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 practice. I can't tell you what your check marks are, or what boxes to check for you. You have to practice and try to figure that out a little bit. So the next step is when I take a trade, I always know where my stop is. So what do I mean by my stop? Just because I can check everything doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So I'll have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade where I don't think it's working. So notice when I put that stop in at 548, a red line appeared on the chart, and it's approximately minus 100. I know it says 97.50, but approximately minus 100. So how I place my stops is I take a look at it no less than, say, a 5-minute chart. This is what I do. And I say, okay, this is where I think there's some support. The price seems to be supported at that price for quite a while. If it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. It's broken down through support. But if I were starting out new, to make it really easy, because looking at a chart and finding where a support area is, it can be a little bit subjective. Where I think support is may be different from what you think support is. So if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, which is obviously a defined price, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, we know what that price is, and use that as your stop, you should maybe try that. Okay, practice. So practice. Use that as your stop. And then when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is, and that is also going to share size you. Why did I take 500 shares? Well, the other thing about trading is that, okay, if you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you wouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You could get wiped out pretty quickly. So in this simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And the way I trade is I keep my risk, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade, about the same every trade. So in other words, I don't say, okay, this trade I'm going to risk $1,000, next trade $100, next trade $500. I try to keep it about the same every trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. Why? Well, my entry was 568. I put my stop at 548 on purpose to make the math easy. The difference between 568 And 548 is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into $100. I get 500 shares. Just think of it the other way. With 500 shares, if it dropped down 20 cents, I am out of the trade. 500 times 20 cents equals $100. Okay? Yeah, live and sim are available as part of the test drive. Absolutely. I don't have a suggested checklist, Raj. I mean, depends. If you're day trading, I mean, you should have a minimum volume, probably a minimum relative volume. You should figure out a price range that you want to trade. I mean, I can't. It's really up to you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, for you, I can't tell you what a good price range would be. Some people like stocks under 10. Some people like stocks, 10 to 50. Some people like 50 to 100. So it's really that's why you've got to practice. I would probably if you're looking to, intraday trade, you probably want to have, maybe start off with a minimum volume of 200,000 shares. Most of the things that I look at are going to be well over 200,000 shares, but to put a minimum. Yeah, so unfortunately, Brokerage Plus is not available in the web-based version. It's just not available. You have to be using our app, okay? Well, Raj, this was just for demonstration purposes. I was just trying to make the math easy. I put the stop at 548 just to I was just this is just I was just trying to show you the mechanics of how, first of all, how to take a trade, okay? And then the mechanics of risk management. So I put the stop at 548 on purpose, so it was 20 cents away. Not because every trade I take, the stop is 20 cents away. It's just to make the math easy, because I'm talking about risking $100 a trade. You divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Because that's the other aspect of it. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It's all dependent on the difference in the entry and my stop. I just wanted to make the math easy. Okay. So it's not, and this is in the simulator. Hopefully that makes sense. I just tried to make the math easy. Instead of putting the stop, 4 cents away or 3 cents away, or, I just wanted to make the math easy. All I'm really doing now is to show you, and not just you, but others, that you got to figure out, good money management techniques. You want to last, you want to do this either for a living, or even if it's, sort of a sideline, you should have some good money management and the discipline, because this is the next step. If you practice in the simulator, first of all, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money trading live. And I really, I cannot emphasize more. Practice in the simulator before you practice trading with real money. I know, everybody wants to start off. They get eager. They funded their account. They've got trade ideas. They want to start trading immediately. And I'm not saying that you won't get lucky and, something might work, but practice trading. I mean, if you want to be serious about this, practice trading first. And so until you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you trade live. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, does not necessarily translate to making money when you start trading live. Why? Well, if I get out of this trade right now and with a loss, oh well, just play money, right? It's easy. It's very easy just to take your loss here. The problem is when you start trading live and you start taking that and you take that first trade and you're all excited and you've been able to check every box, and it starts working against you. You can't believe it. So then you start second guessing your stop. You said, well, I know he said maybe, put the stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that just wasn't the right thing to do, because this trade has to work. So instead of your manageable $100 loss, you allow it to turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally get out of the trade with a far larger loss than you should have, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's number one. Number two, almost as bad. You don't obey your stop. It turns into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss. And then it does turn around. And then you start making $100, $200, $300, $400 on the trade. And you think, oh, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But, through my experience, not obeying my stop has caused me way more grief than for the odd time that, if I don't obey it and it turns around on me. Okay, so it's up to you. I get off my soapbox now. All you can do is practice trading. We've got the simulator. It's available in this test drive. And it's actually, if you take out a standard subscription, it's available. All right, guys, so I got out of that IRAN. Small game, nothing fantastic. All right, now I can kind of, boy, this TVTX, I mentioned this one earlier. This was a nice short. All right, guys, now I will start to maybe look for some ideas. Yeah, that wow was a good short. Now, if you've never shorted before, and you're not going to short in a market like this what we've had over the last, it seems like months now. It hasn't really been months and months and months, but it does seem that way. You can practice shorting in the simulator. All right. So if you don't understand what shorting is all about, just flip the script in your head. When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up, right? And you hope you can sell it at a higher price. That's how you make money. Of course, if you buy a stock and it goes down, you sell it at a lower price and you're going to lose money. Okay. That obviously should make sense. Shorting is just the reverse. If you short a stock, it's a 561. What you're hoping for is that it starts to drop in price. And then I guess the true term is you cover the stock at a lower price, and that's how you make money. So just think of it this way: when you short a stock, you hope the price goes down, and then you cover it at a lower price. You make money that way. When you buy a stock, you sell it hopefully you sell it at a higher price, and that's how you make money. And it's simple to do. You just click the sell button. The only trick sometimes is that sometimes your broker will not have shares to short. It's the only issue. I don't know how your broker does it. I know how Interactive Brokers does it. It's very easy to see how many shares are available or if they are available. But you just click the sell button and just think of it just in reverse, and you hope the price goes down. That's all it is. And then to get out of it, you would just click the buy button. You're buying at a lower price. And the difference is how, and hopefully, again, when you click that buy button, the price is below where you shorted it on that sell. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's really not that complicated. Okay, guys, I mean, the save is, okay. I mean, there's the alert, 1883. Understand what's happening with save now. You know, I mean, this is a real war between JetBlue and Save. You know, JetBlue wants to buy them. Save is resisting, even though, you know, JetBlue is offering 30 or the $33 a share. Why are they resisting? Because they don't believe the offer can possibly go through. They think there's all sorts of regulations that the FTC would block it. But there's your alert, 483, 1920 right now. That's a 2% gain. All right, give me a moment, guys. So I just heard a grunt. So the BRL, wow, the BRLT guys, look at, okay, now that was a flash down and then right back up. That was a flash down and then a pop right back up. So I don't know what to make of this. When I say that, oh, William, I 100% agree. But you know that's jet that is well, you know, I don't have to tell you. That is what Save. That's what the board of Save is saying. Is it ULCC? ULCC? Is that Frontier? Yeah, Frontier. So, you know, this is what's happening with Frontier. VTNR, let's take a look at VTNR. It's not showing, it's not on your scan, is it? I don't see it. Yeah, again, it's probably not because of that relative volume, just a little bit light. I think I've got, I know I did change it to 400,000, I think, recommended by yourself from 500,000. Oh, it didn't hit it. Okay, okay. And it's an all-time low. Yeah, all-time high. Sorry, VTNR all-time high. Now, guys, I'm not saying this is 100% for sure, of course, but sometimes these bottoming tails, especially if they occur during market hours, sometimes you see weird bottoming tails or topping tails in the pre-market, especially around 8 o'clock Eastern time. But sometimes these do mean something. So I'd be really keeping an eye on this to see if it keeps dropping, this BRLT. So another word about how I trade. So if I were in this trade for real, okay, IMMR, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do on the trade. That is the worst I want to do on the trade. In other words, so in this simulator, I'm saying, okay, the worst I want to do is a $100 loss. However, I do, of course, reserve the right to get out of the trade earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. So, I mean, if I got into this trade, maybe the market was doing this, and then all of a sudden the market is moving down, and I'm looking at the way it's trading. I, of course, reserve the right to get out of the trade earlier, so I don't have to take the maximum loss. That number is always going to be the max that I want to lose. But I can always, if you're and now if you're going to say, well, how do you determine that? Well, again, maybe some experience. All right, guys. What time is it now? Wow, fast morning, 11:24. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, and you know what? I'm seeing some wild action in topping tails and bottoming tails. I'm looking at coin. Look at coin. Big, big. Well, it was. It was a look. Well, yeah. Look at that. So something's going on. Even now, I don't know if this is in our platform. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to retype in the SPY. I want to see if that gets rid of these. No, it didn't get rid of it. So a little bit crazy is going on. Go to zero. I mean, there's no holding it up, is there? I mean, I'm kidding a little bit, of course, but there's nothing holding it up. It's almost basically an all-time low. You're not seeing any topping tails on your platform? Okay, let me just check. Now, the reason we don't see it right now is because this is green, but remember, it was up and then it pulled right back down. I'm seeing the same sort of thing in my IB. You won't see them now. Okay, but look at DK&G as an example. See that topping tail right there? I'm looking at my IB chart. I see a topping tail here. And that was kind of what I saw with the coin. Problem, I mean, so we have a big topping, but then of course it moved up, so you don't see the tail anymore. It'd be the same thing if obviously if you look at it maybe I don't know 10 seconds from now, if this all of a sudden turns green, some buying comes in, then I'm not going to see that topping tail anymore. But I do see it on my IB chart. All right, guys, 11:28. Boy, so okay, I'm gonna get that SPY chart up. I want to see if it had the same thing on. Yeah, I see the same thing. So look at the SPY. I see a topping tail right there. I see it on IB also. So yikes! I mean, something's going on. Well, this is still pretty strong. This is a three bar pullback, GFF, 3 bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. And this is still pretty strong, this GFF, and it's an all-time high. And they are reviewing strategic alternatives. That is their news of the day. For all the excitement about Sophie pre-market, SOFI pre-market, a little bit of excitement for this one, $10 price target put on it, but starting to slide away. This is this is shortable also. An Interactive Brokers. The next low looking left is 6. I just don't think people believe anything. Well, I mean, these price targets are fun the day of sometimes, okay? But I think people have seen this story too many times. So who was it? It was Piper Sandler. Xerox has a contract to do what? 164 million contract, $164 million contract, a 10-year. I'm seeing this in at 11:30, so that just popped in now by the USDA. So this is hopefully this is more than chatter. This is actually for real. This is not traders circulating. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Back for a second. Misplaced something. Just give me a moment. All right, so 11:36. So in about 20 minutes, I will be taking a break. Look at that Xerox, up, down, contract. So what, right? So now we're in this real choppy spy. I mean, just look at it, guys. I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails. You know, look at this on the 15-minute chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down. The last 45 minutes. Very difficult, you know, to get a direction. Easy to get whipped in and out of trades. I mean, here's Luna on the way down, LUNA. This is a gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. So if you guys are looking for a fairly active trader, or alert window. This, or actually, it's a multi-strategy window. But you know, I wasn't sure what we'd see this week because we have hardly any earnings plays, but still been pretty active. So this is what this does. This is an explanation about that M that you see. So this is good. A multi-strategy window is good if you have not a lot of screen space. Now I've got 3 monitors, so that's not a big deal. So screen space is not a big deal for me, but sometimes what I like to do is I like to group these are gap strategies and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. So what does that mean? You you can take what we call a multi-strategy window and put as many alert windows in it as you want. And again, typically it's because you know you don't have a lot of screen space, so you don't want to have a lot of this alert window, that one, that one, that one. You want to put it into one window. That's what a multi-strategy window is all about. So in this particular case, I put these in. So if I hover over strategies, so I've got a gap up and go. These are just individual alert windows that I put into this multi-strategy window. So gap up and go. So that means that when I get the alert, the stock had gapped up and then it moved higher. And again, it doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher for the rest of the day, but at the time of the alert, the time of the alert, that's what happened. Gap down and reverse. So this is great on a day where the market moves down and then the overall market reverses, because that's exactly what you'll see, a lot of gap down and reversals. Stock gap down and then it starts to reverse. Gap up and reverse. So that's just the reverse of the reverse. So imagine if the market gapped up and then started to move down, we'll probably see a lot of stocks that gap up and reverse. And then there's the gap down and go. These are stocks that it almost doesn't matter what the market's doing. They gap down and they kept moving down. Typically, they've got some bad news. It could be an earnings play or some other news. So these are all gap strategies. And so if you're looking for one window, to give you some interesting ideas all day long, that's probably not a bad one. And then again, it is one of the ones that I'm sharing. You just have to go to my homepage and go to the my scan section and look for the gap continuation or reverse scan. So what you can do instead of having just to stare at the window sub, and this is for anybody else, and this is also the same for alert windows, okay? One of the nice things about Trade Ideas is you can put a sound alert on the different windows. So what you do is, for instance, in this window here, you right click and go to Actions. And then just kind of follow this along. You will check the play sound, and then you can set up the sound. Now, you can have one window. If you want if you want the symbol to be read out to you, in other words, text to speech, you can do so. You can click text to speech. You can play it. You'll hear it's a female voice. You'll hear it. And then you say okay a couple of times, and that'll get attached to the window. Okay. You could also have another sound though, and you should only use one window text to speech because the whole idea about these sound alerts is to have a different one for the different windows. If you had them all text to speech, you'd never know which window to look at. That makes sense. So I'm not saying you don't have to use text to speech, but now you can also use the custom sound, click on that, and then select. And then we have 3 folders here: Mad Money, Voice Number 1, and Web. Each folder has some sound alerts. So for instance, you could left click on Monkey, and you could open it, and then you could play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert is attached to the window. Okay? So you don't have to stare at it. Okay, you don't have to stare at it, but just put a sound alert on it that you know when you hear that sound alert to look at the window. That make sense? Now, there is another way to do it. I don't want to overcomplicate this. If you wanted it to pop up, I don't even want to complicate it. So forget what I was going to say. I think that's the way to do it because to me, you want to be following this all day long. Okay. As I said, using it like a watch list. Okay. So you want to be following this all day long. So you get an alert, and if it's a new alert, fine. But you should be using anybody, not just you, sub, using this like a watch list all day long. Because there is a way in which you have the window pop up when you get an alert, but but to me, you should be following this all day long to get the most out of the AI. Take a look at my watch. Let's see if anything is happening here. So one of the things you'll notice that what I like to do is I'll have windows. So first of all, what you're seeing here in this watch list, this is something that I do after hours. I will do some scanning. 8:44. Let's see. Okay, just give me a minute, please. I have to change headsets. Just give me one moment. All right, I'm back. So in other words, your own layout, Mista, that you'll see every single day. Yeah. Okay. So what you see here, this is the monitor that I'm sharing. Okay, but I do have some other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. So basically what you do is this: create exactly what you want to see every single day. Put all the now I'm not going to get into docking right now, okay? I mean, I can talk about docking later on, but it's not 100% necessary. But let's just say, for argument's sake, this is the layout that you wanted. And sub, here is my layout. This is the layout that you see. Okay, there it is. So, where the windows move together. Okay, that is a docking. Okay, how many monitors do you have, Mister? Just try not to complicate it too much. So how many monitors do you have? Okay, before we had what we call docking, this is what you would do. Okay, you would put all your trade ideas windows, everything that you wanted. It could be a single stock window, the charts, all the scans, exactly where you want them on all of your monitors. Okay, you would put your toolbar up in the upper left hand corner of what you would designate as your main monitor. So you get everything set up exactly the way you want it. Okay, and again, your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. So this is what I designate as my main monitor. Then you can click on Tools, Options, and you see where it says Layouts. You click on Layouts, and you see where it says Loading Layouts, Open relative to main window. You check that and you save it. And once you do that, and then, wait a minute, I don't want to do anything. Okay, I'm just going to cancel out. Okay, what? Didn't make any changes. Why is it asking me that? I didn't make any changes. That shouldn't be. I'm going to click on yes. Nothing happened. But anyway, so then what happens is when you exit trade ideas and file, save your layout, you can give it a name, my first layout, save it, save everything to the cloud, but also you see where it says file exit. I don't want to click on it because if I do, it for some reason it destroys my link to Interactive Brokers, so I don't want to do it. But it's going to then say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Say yes. When you load trade ideas again, everything will be exactly where you want it to be. Okay. Now there is a way in which you can do stuff like this. Okay, and that's called docking. I will refer you to the guide that you can group things together in a dock fashion, move things around easily. Okay. Before we could do that, though, that is what we used to, before we had that, everything was free floating. But if you're interested, and it's sort of an advanced topic. I don't want to dissuade you from doing it, but it's nothing that you have to know how to do right away. Docking is a little bit tricky, a little bit, not trial and error, but it's a little bit tricky to get used to. But if you click on my homepage link, and then when you click on it, and then you go to the education section right here, click on the education section. And then click on the user guide. and then scroll, scroll, scroll until you see docking. And that explains how you can take, individual windows, create what we call a docked channel or docked window, put them in, and then you can move things around. But it's not necessary for what you want to do. It's not necessary that you create docks. I like it because it sort of tidies things up a bit. But I have some, but you see, these are free floating because they're not in this dock window. It's just an aesthetic thing mainly. All right, I'm just going to confirm that it is Chris taking over. The answer is yes. So what's going to happen is around noon, I will be taking my break. And so this is what we call the main trading room, okay? There is a YouTube room also. It's exactly the same. They see me or they see my screen, they can hear me and all. It's just that the main trading room is way more active, a lot more traders in here, more ideas. But there is a YouTube room. Some people, it's probably simpler to get into. You just want to hear me and see my screen. Don't interact too much. I suppose that's not a bad way to go. But one of the other traders does take over between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. And today it'll be Chris. And so he's there available to you and he can answer questions also. Yeah, later on in the day, I may demonstrate how you can, how the docking works. Okay, I'll create a channel or a dock window later on. But please, you should watch the video though. It covers it all. The reason, obviously, to watch a video and text is that you can listen to me and then forget what I'm saying, right? So, and before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. In fact, I'll do it now. Chris is not there yet, but when he's there, you can head over. So coin is having a resurgence also. Coin, and I know wonder why. I mean, I just have a few um, stocks thumbnail charts, so I kind of keep an eye on that also. See some of the ones that are usually fairly active. Sophie, you can see Sophie is trying to have a bounce off 7. SOFI bounce off 7. Maybe moving with the market. I haven't looked at Beyond today. I can't believe how much money they lost. Had earnings, of course, on the 11th. All right, guys. Well, certainly not as many questions as we normally have during a test drive, which that's okay. I see eBay having a little bit of a bounce. I know that came from Zach Scan. I don't know what the first alert was. I actually made an adjustment, so I only see the last one at 45.09. So eBay is having a little bounce, and that is from Zach Scan, one of the ones I'm sharing. You go to my home page, go to the scan section. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He here any moment now. Just waiting for that little ping that lets me know that he's in the room, in the YouTube room. There we go, guys. You see this little bottoming tail, this could have meant something really, this BRLT. There he is.
Here I am.
Yeah, how are you?
I am well and busy, I'm sure, as you can see.
Yeah.
All kinds of excitement to start the test drive here.
Let me just cut out my music so I can hear you a little bit better.
No, ready?
There we go. All right, Chris. So actually, I'm finding not as many questions this test drive.
Interesting. They must be all coming to Scout then, it seems.
Probably, yeah, because there's just not as many as I normally get in the trading room. So
yeah, it's even a light crowd in here, it looks like today. So, all right, well, we make of it what we can.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put myself on mute.
Sounds good. I'll see you in about an hour.
You betcha. Bye-bye.
So, happy Monday, everybody. Another month just flying by. Hard to believe we're halfway through May already, and with Memorial Day on the horizon, makes for a shorter month of trading by just a day, but adds up with those weekends and all that. So here we are. Welcome, test drivers. My name is Chris Varley. Do support here with Trade Ideas. I think probably most of you are familiar with me at this point, but for those of you who are not, just a big welcome to you all. So we do this as an open forum for the next hour. The myth, I don't know about a myth, but here I am all the same. So, we do this as an open forum for the next hour, anything market related. I'm here really to answer questions on the software, help guide anybody. We can, get a template of a scan built together. We can go over compare count windows, back testing, whatever you folks like. We can just talk charts and, the market overall, whatever fancies those that want to chime in on that questions panel. I had an okay early trade. Traded this here, actually, GRWG. I don't know why I think because I had to make some disconnections and testing some stuff. It's not showing from my Brokerage Plus entry, but I grabbed it up somewhere in here and wrote it up here. And when it made that first pullback, it just jumped out. We'll see. I don't know about breaking that, and got this kind of overhead supply all laying over it. So I think that'll do it for me on trading for the day. Start the week off with a win. Mondays can be a funny day, especially the market that we've been given. And for those that are wondering why I would say something like that, well, this is why. We've had this, pretty good sell-off here the last month and a half or so. after a lot of people thought we were going to get the all clear here, back up. And the winds have changed, though. They changed a long time ago as far as the dip buyers. And hindsight, absolutely dead cat bounce. We've sold off. Now, a lot of people tell you it was overdone. Shorts are going to cover down here. And so you've got this bounce and a little sideways movement here. And, as they say, Monday kind of sets the tone for a week. But we are starting to move into the warmer months where some of the bigger market players will be participating less. I don't believe in sell in May and go away. I know there's evidence to support it. There's evidence to dispute it. So I think for us as retail traders with software like trade ideas, it's really irrelevant because there's always market moves that we can find every single day, both long and short sides. Sometimes there's more long moves, sometimes there's more short moves. But my point being is that, we're able to get right into where things are happening by our scanning and our planning. So like I said, Monday kind of sets a tone. We had this big gap up Friday, a relief bounce if you want. And now we're just moving sideways, probably digesting a lot of data. I know there's stuff out of China today. We'll have some more numbers this week from the US on some different items. I don't do a lot of news. I don't really care about the news. The chart tells me what the trend is, and the trend is my friend. Hi, Chris. First day, looking forward to learning scanning with the test drive. Yeah, so if you've got, we'll go with Raj for short. If you have specific questions, fire those away for me. You can see here I'm kind of big into the stock racing. Generally speaking, for a couple of years, I really switched to a lot of swing trading, swing scalping, 1.5, 2, 3, 4 day holds. It was a market we were in for a long time. Market winds changed, and especially at the beginning of this year, I felt a big change, and I've moved back to more day trading. I've really found the stock races useful for me in day trading. Other people don't get it. That's fine. To each their own. The reason why I like the races is because I don't need an alert attached to find these symbols. I don't need it to be making a new high or a check markup or a new low or a standard deviation break or range break or anything like that. I like certain filters. I want to scan to return me stocks based on filters. I want them sorted in a certain way and then show me what's moving live. And that's what the races do for me. So which tone, Wolf? which tone? Hopefully I didn't sound overly bearish. I'm not a bear. I consider myself more of a bull than a bear, but I don't subscribe to either one. I just, whatever the trend is, that's what I'm going to follow. In a bear market, much harder to go long. That's all it is. Or your longs are, held much shorter time periods, generally speaking. So scans that I use for swing trading. Yeah, let's go over some stuff here like that. All right. So I'm very big into the Market Explorer, the TI strength alerts for swing trading. If you are not familiar with the Market Explorer, I highly recommend getting there. So what you can do to locate the Market Explorer is go to new. And you'll come down second to last one under new, the E here, Market Explorer, TIQ, which is Trade Ideas Quant. Go ahead and click that, and it's going to give you a window like this. All right. And then right here is a link to the user's guide. Really go into some in-depth knowledge videos and writing about the Market Explorer. I'm not going to go over all of what it says in here, but I just want to show you what it looks like through the user's guide. And there's about 20 some odd scans that we now have in here. Okay. And there's a little description on each one of the scans, what they're trying to do, what they're looking for. All right. At your own leisure, you're welcome to go over all these individual items. When we have this open, like every single thing in, market. I got you, Wolf. Yeah, no, that's what the market, it could go either way, but I think a lot of times you do find a Monday starts to set the tone for the next couple of days. And then, data gets released on Thursday and it could have the market take a complete left-hand turn from there. So just digest it one day at a time, one bar at a time. So with the Market Explorer, just like everything else in Trade Ideas, it's a right click. So if we right click, we'll see server window, and you're going to have all these scans that are in here. So a whole lot of scans that we've created. Now, the Market Explorer works on a technology that the regular software doesn't work on. So we have different data that we can create through this that we can't push out to everybody for editing, but we can create scans on our end and push those scans out to you folks. So that's why you're going to see things in here that are a little different than what you'd normally be able to see or create with the traditional software. But again, you were asking about swing trading. So we've got these strength alerts. That's one of my preferred for looking for swing ideas. Swing trading has been really tough lately in general. I kind of shied away from it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You just have to be a lot more picky and choosy. Make sure you have your plan, what you're looking for. As I'll tell anybody that says, hey, what's a good strategy for swing trading? Well, my retort is always, well, what's your swing trading criteria? And for anybody that answers I don't know, then my answer will also be I don't know. If you don't like to take stuff that's making new all-time highs, I can't push you towards a scan like that. If you don't want something that's made a high and slightly pulled back, I can't push you towards that. If you like to bottom fish for your swing trading ideas, these things matter on how you're looking for swing ideas. So, always having a trading plan, we scan, that returns us ideas, but the ideas have to fit a plan that we've created. So with that said, again, I like the strength alerts. That's indicated by this window down here that I have. Those are the ones that I like. But also for those that want, again, because it's going to matter to what you are trying to do. If you're someone who likes RSI divergence, long or short scans, we've got both of those here on daily charts. We have bull and bear flag scans for daily charts, big gap up down fills on daily charts that, look back a good amount in time, 3-line strike if you're into that kind of, Bollinger Band squeeze on the dailies. All right. So, ABC up, ABC down. All right. So, there's a whole lot of different items in here that could all be swing scans, just depending on what you're looking for in a setup. And some days these are going to return more ideas and less ideas. Some days the ideas will be a little better. Some days they'll be a little worse. That's just, that's how trading goes. So that's a short and skinny of the Market Explorer right there. Then my big go-to that, I'm a broken record on this, and I apologize as always to the people that are always here, but I have what I call my evening scan. It's this one here. I updated it recently, a couple months ago. And I'm going to share that with you, a cloud link for whoever doesn't have it and would like it. And it is a very, very simple scan. Oh, sorry, press the wrong thing. Very simple scan. We're going to go over it in a moment right after I share this link out here. There we go. Share, copy, and paste. All right, there we go. So all I've done with this scan is I have told this scan to find me stocks in between $4 and $40 that have traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. Relative volume has got to be 1. For those of you that don't understand or know how a relative volume filter works, it does not work in the pre-market. Use volume percent today, this one here, in the pre-market if you want. For a good volume filter, it's similar. The big difference between volume percent today and relative volume is this is a ratio over 10 days average. This is a percent over 10 days average. So 1 on a ratio equals normal. 0.5 on a ratio equals half of what is normal. 2 equals 2 times. 3 equals 3 times, so on and so forth. On a volume today percent or anything working in percent, 100 is normal. 50 would be half of normal, 200 2 times normal, 300 3 times normal, so on and so forth. All right. So that's what this part of the scan's doing. Then we're looking at items or stocks that are up at least 75% above the low of today. So I want to see stuff that's, towards its upper ranges of the day, the upper 25 range of the day. And then on a 20-day range, I want to see the stuff that's 75% off the lows of 20 days, in the upper 25% of 20 days. That's really all I'm trying to find with the scan. I'm trying to find things that are, possibly breaking out on 20 days. 20 days to me is significant because it's about what a trading month is, give or take, Now, this thing has found me some really great gems, found me some really big losers, just the way it goes. But it returns me some ideas of things that I like to find. And from there, I narrow stuff down. Generally speaking, the way I scan with this is usually after hours or very early morning to try to find stocks to put on my liked list here. And then I track those stocks accordingly and try to set up plans around them if things kind of pan out the way I believe they might based on my own technical analysis. And so that's a short and skinny of that one. I also have, if you'd like, a similar scan built around some options filtering. So this one, let me share a link out to this and I'll go over what it does. So copy and paste. And again, if anybody has any other questions, please fire those away for me. You know, that's what I'm here for. If you are just joining us, you're not in our test drive, you should absolutely be in our test drive. Let me know and I will drop you a link to get you into that. I mean, $11, you know, you got access basically for the rest of the market days of May. And it's kind of hard to beat that, you know, with this software here. So, but what this scan is doing is it's a twofold because topless work with sorting too. Now the sorting wasn't really important on this one, but I was sorting by the largest change from close on the top. All right. This scan, I've done something very similar, but opened up a few things a little bit here and tightened up other ones. So this one, I changed the price range from 10 to $100. I want to see 1.25 mil shares traded today. I also wanted a relative volume of 1 here. And on this one, I didn't have a daily range, just a position in 20-day range, 75% above the low of 20 days. However, what I did is I said, that's fine. First, I want you to find me stocks that meet all this. Then, scan, I want you to take all those stocks that you found and I want you to sort them based on their options volume today percent. And so that's taking a percent of options that are traded in volume at a 10-day average. And now you're going to stick all the ones that have the highest average percent at the top of the scan in a descending order based on finding them with those filters first. And so that's what I've done. This will be much more active around earnings seasons because we know options are more active around earnings seasons as implied volatility increases, you know, things of that nature. So Mike C, what's happening? Happy Monday, brother. And so that's what I've done with this scan here. All right. I do the same with this top list as I do with this top list. I do my scanning mostly in the evenings and or early mornings with this and kind of go through stuff. And we can see here, you know, on this column, all right, the options volume. So this is doing 36 times its normal option volume over the last 10 days. This is doing 1,600 times. This is doing almost 800 times. This is doing 400 times. This is doing about 350 times, almost 300, almost 200, about 2 2.2 times. Doing just about normal options underneath its 10-day options volume. And as it will continue down just like that. All right. So that's how that scan works. For those of you that are interested in any kind of option, now we can't show you, you know, strike prices and things like that. You can get that from your broker, obviously, but we can point you towards stocks that have some options action in it that may be a bit unusual. There are other options filters as well. If anybody has questions on those, of course, we can go into those as well. So with that said, I think that kind of covers what we're doing there. One last scan for you folks here. I like stocks that are breaking out. I'm not a bottom fisher. I wish I could trade like Andy Lindloff can. He is a wizard picking some bottoms. It's really, really quite unbelievable what he does, but it just, you know, I do okay sometimes and I eke out more of a profit than losses, but it's sometimes a little more stressful than I like. So I prefer breakouts. I don't know necessarily to call it momentum or not, but with that said, so here's another scan. First, I'll share out the link to it. Then I will load the scan and go over it. So there's a link to this, and this scan is going to be stuff that's within 15% of its lifetime highs. And we can see based on market we're in, we're not going to find a whole lot here on that. But, you know, let's pull up some charts and look at it. So, you know, we're near its lifetime high or at it. And we can see here lifetime high 29.42 in that single stock window. We've taken that out today. So, you know, this number is based on prior. It's not going to update till tomorrow for its new lifetime high. Wow. Again, you know, not too far off its lifetime high. Guessing that was back here, looks like. All right. VTNR. Again, same kind of concept, and so on and so forth. So, you know, I like to find things that are strong and something about lifetime highs that's wonderful is there's, you know, when you're close to it anyways, there's little to no overhead resistance on those. So, for example, if we push through this level here, last stop to get through is right there, and it's blue sky from there. So, it's nice to find stocks like this. Maybe they've made a nice move, a little consolidation, and setting up for that next leg off. I think most of what you're going to find in here is going to be either buyouts at this time of this market time and or energy stocks, it seems like, generally speaking, because, energy is where we're strongest. We can go into stuff like that as well. We could talk about charts and sectors if we want. That's also kind of a go-to of mine if you folks start giving me the silent treatment. So let me close these scans all out. I think we've gone over those pretty well. What they're doing, what they're looking for, and so on and so forth. So looks like, unfortunately, Holly had a short bias today that did not work out. And she got crushed to that side. Kind of disappointing after she's had a really, really outstanding couple of weeks after a very poor couple of months. So with that said, though, we take the good and the bad. There are no guarantees, just idea generation. Sometimes they're better than others. So that's that. Let's look at this Bollinger Band. So this another scan that did more day trading, looking for 15-minute Bollinger Band breaks. I am one of those people. Wow, what a move on this today. I am one of those people that trades Bollinger Bands, as in if it breaks the top band, I like to go long. If it breaks the lower band, I like to go short. That's how I play Bollinger Bands, just as Mr. John Bollinger intended them to be used. That doesn't mean that playing revisions on Bollinger Bands isn't worthy or worthwhile. I just happen to learn a certain way, so that's the way that I do. What are the changes being made in the premium? I don't know if I should mention it or not, but I guess I will. Hopefully I don't get shot for it. But Topless at some point will update like charts do. And I believe that will become a premium feature on the Topless. That's all that I'm aware of, unless someone knows something else that I don't. Although there's so many things I hear in a week. I can't keep track of it, to be quite honest. I really can't. But that's one of the big ones that's on the horizon. That there'll be no delay on any Topless whatsoever. All Topless will update in real time. No 30-second back and forth to the servers. They're just going to tick away. And my good friend XOP, just a humble brag, doing just what I expect. No, it's not a delay. It's just an update pinging back and forth from the server every 30 seconds on the top list. Our charts are tick charts. They update real time. I mean, the lowest time frame we can go for candles is 1 minute. But, these, like here, let me bring up time and sales. That will remain, as far as I know, for everybody the same. So, like, if you watch the time and sales with the price on the charts here, I mean, it's they're in coordination with each other. Of course, the XOP just sitting here at 137. There you go, 137.69, 65. I mean, instant update. That will remain the same for everybody, live charts like that. It'll just be the top list that remain a 30-second refresh for standard. It's not set in stone. It was something that was discussed last week in one of our marketing meetings. But that's the only addition or change that's really being made. Everything else will stay the same. If you want back testing, got to be in premium. You want Holly, got to be in premium. I make mention of them. I just don't think they're all that popular for whatever reason. But the RBI and GBI windows, those are premium. I've never used them. I like to look at RBI and GBIs if I happen to discover them myself, but I'm never scanning for them. And those that don't know, RBI means red bar ignored, GBI means green bar ignored. In order to be an RBI or GBI, essentially, you'll have, so if it's a red bar ignore, you'll have a red bar that's sandwiched in between two green bars that fully engulf that red bar, and then vice versa on a green bar ignore. And so that's what that's doing. Sorry, just catching up on some internal chatter here. I always feel like I'm missing out when there's lots of messages coming in and I can't read them. So again, it's open forum here, folks. So if there's some direction we want to go, you got me for about another 37 minutes and change before Barry comes and kicks me out. I'm just teasing. Barry would never do that. What a move on this one here, boy. But the first commandment of trading, or second commandment of trading. I guess the first commandment is thou shalt always have a stop loss. Second is thou shalt not chase. Those are my commandments, anyways. I was long since informed that if you enter a trade without a stop loss ahead of time, that makes sense to your trading plan. You are gambling. Go light your money on fire instead. That was exactly what was told to me. And took that to heart. I was checking top 10 stocks to trade this quarter by Motley Fool. All of them have lost value. What do you think about the market we are having now, Chris? Love your market analysis. I think the overall trend has been to the lower side. I think that trying to go long anything for any long period of time right now is a bad idea, generally speaking, unless you have a scan and or trading plan that says otherwise on a specific stock. I love the analogy of rising tide lifts all boats, and people get very frustrated like, oh, well, you're not a genius. It's just a bear market and a rising tide lifts all boats. And that's why your long trades are working. And my retort to that is, so if I'm making money, why do I care? If my trading plan is working out well, does it really matter that the market has helped lifting it? I should be happy. Just like people that get all bent out of shape about bubbles. Okay, well, there's a bubble. Did you make money on it? No? Well, then you're a fool. You should have, We know that bubbles don't instantly pop. They run for a long time. Sometimes 3 or 4 years bubbles can run for. So you could sit here and cry about it for 3 or 4 years and make no money, or you could participate and do well and manage your risk while you're doing it. It doesn't mean you just start throwing money at it. So, Motley Fool, they might have some good ideas, but they could be early or late on any of those ideas, But when you've got, look, we've got this, this sell off and we're able to make a bounce, but it was a weak bounce. Look at the volume that started coming in on that sell off as we had declining volume on this up move, right? And then look at the volume that comes in on this sell-off that happens. I mean, look at that volume spike on that, all right? And then when we bounce, look at that declining volume again. And then look at the rising volume once again on the sell-off. And then as we start to bounce around here, look at that declining volume again, right until we start selling off again and look at that rising volume, right? So this is confirmation. These are what we do. This is the things that we do as technical analysts. We look for confirmation. Volume is the only indicator besides price that does not lag. Every other indicator lags. Some lag more than others. Moving averages lag. MACD lags. RSI lags. Stochastics lags. All right. ADX lags. Market MDI, MDIX. All these lag. Okay. What doesn't lag? Price and volume. Okay. So what we can do is take these different indicators. All right. And have maybe a couple of contrary indicators that we settle upon that we like, and then implement them with price and volume to get confirmation in what we see. So, these are the kind of things that I'm looking at. The other thing too, for anything you're looking at something, whether it's Motley Fool or Market Watch or whoever's, putting out alerts or thoughts and things like that, look at the sector that they're in. Look at, the moves that those sectors have made recently. We can go and, pound the table on this one again. I've been pounding the table on XOP since January of last year. All right. Something changed price and volume wise in the wins on this one. We're going to go to a weekly chart to illustrate this a little better. All right. And these are the things that I do when I'm scanning and I'm looking for. All right. So we come off the pandemic lows here. Okay. And in here, we started to make this move up. And when we start to make that move up, look at that volume that came in here on this initial move up, all right? And then the volume faded and we went sideways, okay? And then the volume came back in and we made a nice move up again. And then the volume faded and we went down. So notice the contrary on this volume and price movement compared to what we did in the SPY. Every time that we made a move up in the SPY recently, the volume faded. Every time this has made a move up, the volume has increased. And every time it made a sideways move or a pullback, the volume decreased, right? And so again, we're using price and volume for confirmation here. I saw this early last year, all right, and I said, boy, energy feels like it's got it coming on to me here. And we have made this wonderful, wonderful move that I've been able to participate in a lot of energy stocks. Now, why did I choose the XOP? Well, we know that we had all kinds of wells and oil and natural gas things shut down all during this move here. We also had a big, climate cry and all these things like that. And other things that were having them shut down. And the next thing you know, we've got rolling blackouts all over the world and not enough energy to meet the demand. And this has nothing to do with whether or not climate change is real or not. It has to do with people want to turn their refrigerator on. They want to turn their computer on. They want to charge their phones. And the only way we can do that to this point is with fossil fuels. There is no solar energy. Anybody that tells you different is a liar. All right. There is no wind energy. Anybody that tells you different is a liar. Are there individual pockets that are helping small communities and things like that? Absolutely. The technology just isn't all the way there. Do I think it should be? It probably should, considering we put a man on the moon, but it isn't. And that's all there is to it. And so price doesn't lie. Price tells us what's happening. All right. More wells, more things like that. Natural gas, we're exploring more of that all over the world. All right. And this has nothing to do with politics or anything like that. This is price and volume is telling me what's real in the world and not what's real in the headlines. So, those are the kind of things that I would point you towards and to look at as far as whenever you're seeing anybody making any kind of analysis. The news is nonsense. Turn off the news. By the time you get the news, a big move has already been made. Now, if you want to look at news, just look to see, is it sustainable news, I guess, if it's a day trade, if it's a longer term trade, obviously, you see a phase 1 bio news, probably going to be a flash in the pan and a nonsense day trade. You see, some kind of big, acquisitions going on or some kind of big policy happening. All right, then maybe that's something more to pay attention to on a longer term. But like I said, in the words of Charles Dow, averages discount everything, including the news. Steve, can I create a TI scan for stocks with a 5-candle run up or run down followed by a doji? Yes and no. You can create the 5-candle run up and 5-candle run down. The doji is going to be your issue afterwards. And that, I don't really think there's a way to do it, unfortunately. You can try through some trial and error. So first, the easy part, the candle run up. So we go consecutive. So you have consecutive candles on 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and dailies for time frames. We do not have a doji, all right? We don't do pattern recognition almost at all. But what you can make your best attempt to do is use range filters, all right, on different time frames. So I want to expand that out, all right? Change filters on different time frames and position in range filters on different time frames, all right? And in that combination, you may be able to get some stuff that's close. It'll probably return you some things that look like a doji, probably return you some things that do not look like a doji, but that will be your only way to do that, Steve. What I always point out to people, to do on a minute chart, if we have the time frames, yes. If we don't have the time frames, no. What I always point people to is this. Andy Lindloff before we had the Market Explorer, created a bull flag scanner on daily charts. We do not have pattern recognition, all right? However, I'm going to share this first because I'm sure there's going to be people that want it, although we have one in the Market Explorer that probably finds things that are very similar to this. You can use this as a template or as inspiration on any scan building. What I tell people is think outside the box, okay? So what Andy did on this is he took, let me get rid of this here. He took a scan and he started to build it out. And he said, how are we going to find bull and bear flag or bull flags? And so he gave it a price range first, all right? And then he said, all right, well, we want to make sure that today is up from the close, prior day's close. He put this EPS filter in here to kill, whatever you want to call it, ETFs. Then he said, well, we've got to make sure we've got a range here. We can't, just have stuff that's, got no range or just overly consolidating. We also can't have stuff has an insane range. So he gave it a 5-day range of in between 1% and 5%. He also said the change in 5 days couldn't be up more than 1%, All right. So that's helping us build the flag. Then he said the position from the previous day's range, we want to be up 75% from the previous day's range. He used the composite score rating that him and Michael Noss created. It's a scale of, I think, 35 to 100 for updating in real-time quality stocks based on mostly technical analysis, but a few fundamentals. Then he said a change over the last 10 days had to be at least 3%. So that helps make that poll for the bear flag, or bull flag, excuse me. And then trying to find stuff that's got some liquidity to it. So he gave it a 10-day average of 300,000 shares. Now, you can go through and adjust any of these. You could also change time frames. You could look at other time frames for range and position in range and change and all these things like that. All right. But what I'm trying to illustrate here is his outside the box thinking to create what he wanted, even though we didn't have pattern recognition for it. And we pull up a few of these, and hopefully we've got a few examples that look good. I'm going to have to switch back to a daily time frame. Excuse me while I do so. There we go. So, all right. Not too shabby, not great, but not terrible. We've got this move. That's the pole trying to move sideways like this today. All right. And obviously some ideas are going to be better than others. And we are not in a bull market, so bull setups may be more or less looking good. So, we've got the pole that happened here flagging this way. I mean, this might be a buyout or something. I don't really know. So I'm going to take for that what it's worth. But this is supposed to be your pole. There's your flag. All right. Same concept. That looks good right there. All right. So again, we've got a nice pull. We're flagging sideways. And last but not least, how do we look at? Same idea as SIMO. The pull looks, we got the look of the pull through here and that going on there on that flag. All right. So, that's how he did that. And that's what I'm going to have to point you to, Steve. And it takes some trial and error to go through with some of those filters. Some things that you try to build will be easier like that. Some you'll find maybe impossible, What do you suggest for catching stocks that are creeping up, not rocketing? By the time I look, rocket's already done, made the move. I would say in that case, you want to look at stocks that are maybe liquid in their trading, but not trading high relative volume. So when you're setting up filters, all right, you might want to look at stuff that, they've traded, I'm going to use some arbitrary numbers based on my own market thoughts. Someone else may say, no, that doesn't make any sense. And that's fine to them. This is what makes a market, is different views. Maybe you want to look at something that's traded at least 500,000 shares on the day, 750,000 shares on the day, but maybe have a max relative volume of let's say 2, for example. All right. And you might want to pin down, maybe, search volume on VOLUME, volume on a 1 minute time frame. All right. Same thing. Maybe you want to add this and add that filter, and you want to find stuff that isn't spiking out on that. So maybe give it a max of 500% or something, meaning that's a max of 5 times what it's normally doing over 10 days, things like that. You might also want to try something like a position and range for the day filter. So, you've seen what I've done in here where I'm finding stocks that are off the low of the day and off the high of the day. All right. And then maybe, using something like a crossed above resistance alert here so that, what I found for myself very often is I'd get the new high alert and then I'd buy, and it was the last new high of the day or very close to the last new high of the day, and it would pull back. And then, sometimes they're coming back and sometimes they're not. All right. But, trying to find those things that now have, alerted, or excuse me, they've already made a high on the day, pulled back, and now I'm getting alert as they're moving back up again. And then, does it have room to get to the high of the day? And if it does, am I interested to ride it there? And then if I ride it up there, can I sell a few of those shares after I've entered and then, hold the rest maybe to bust through? So that's what I've tried to do with this scan here. Excuse me. Crossed above resistance is not the only alert that would work on that. You could also look at a 5-minute high, or you could even look at 10-minute, 15, 30, 60-minute highs as alerts as well to combine with those filters. And so those are the items that I'd point you at in building a scan along that kind of theme where you're, trying to find things that are maybe either not spiking or have not necessarily spiked, but they made a move on the day and then have pulled back. Let's see if I can find something that's done that today. CLM, did you do it for me? Yeah, so here's a great example of that, all right? And so we've got CLM, makes this great move up, right? And makes a nice pullback, all right? And starts to make a nice move again. And this would have given us, depending on your risk appetite, a good or bad risk entry, all right? But, as a day trader, as in a day trader's mind, all right? Now, I fancy myself more a swing trader in general, but in a day trader's mind, all right, I would say to myself, all right, we made this move down and then we start to make a move back up, and $12 being a round number, if we can push through it, do I like it? And we could look at maybe a low of the day as our stop, or as we push back through 12, we could use this low here. A lot of times I find users or myself, or say traders or myself, and something that was pointed out to me is helping me learn and come up with a risk management strategy on top of the scanning strategies, is look at maybe a prior 15-minute bar's low as a stop. And so I could have said to myself, all right, this 15-minute bar poked over, this one's opened, all right, over that 12 range, and now we're back opening another 15-minute bar over that 12 range. I could look back and use either one of those as legit viable risk management stops. That would have worked out okay. Are we setting the world on fire? No, but look like an okay. It turns out to be an okay trade from let's say you got a 1205 entry or something like that up to this 1224. You might have sold a few shares out. You have 500 shares, for example. You sold 250. You locked in $100 or so, and then you can ride the rest. Bump your stop up to break even, and there you are. And so these are the things that I would point someone to. That twofold item that we're doing here as traders, all right? How do we find the quality ideas? Well, we find those quality ideas with a software like Trade Ideas, okay? And then what do we do with those quality ideas? Now we come up with a risk management plan. That's how we become traders. And what really a trader is a risk manager. If you don't have a risk management plan, you're a gambler. There are people that make plenty of money on the World Series of Poker circuit. But probably for every one that succeeds in there, there's probably 5 million that fail. I don't even know. I would have to imagine that the percentage of people that are quote unquote successful gamblers are worse than the percentage of people that are actually successful day traders. So, with that said, anybody that's either struggling or trying to come up with things, try to come up with risk management tools. If you have a moving average that you like on an intraday chart, maybe use that moving average as a guideline, as a stop, for example. Paper trading first, even, because we have a wonderful paper trader. So, all right, hopefully that kind of answers and helps on some of that. And let me know, Rev, I'm trying to, hopefully that kind of helps, some market thoughts in that sense, some scanning thoughts in that sense about finding things that maybe pull back, moving back up, that we're trying to find either things that haven't spiked or have made a move up. And again, not necessarily a spike, but moving back up again. If not a doji, how about a minor consolidation at the bottom of our top of run? Yeah, we got a consolidation filter, as a matter of fact. We have a couple things we could do in consolidation. So first, I'm going to point you to that change filter. And so we could find a change in dollars or percents on 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minutes. And so we could add that filter and say, I want a max change over that time period. And we can use the show me function in the middle. So watch what's going to happen so for those that aren't following, this show me function is great. I can update the scan live and know what the scan is updating to. So I could put, for example, a max of 1 in here, and it'll say, here's change 10 minute by dollar filter, and show me stocks where the stock was down in the last 10 minutes, the stock was flat in the last 10 minutes, and it was up no more than $1 in the last 10 minutes. I can update that also to say -0.1. And then we could say, show me stocks, and it updated live. If you didn't notice, all right, go back through it again. Show me stocks where the stock was up no more than $1 in the last 10 minutes. Also show me stocks where it was down no more than $1 in the last 10 minutes, or where it was flat in the last 10 minutes. And so now we've created a way to find a consolidation in dollars on a time frame we're looking for. And again, we could do that in percent or dollars on some different time frames. We also have, if you want on a longer term, consolidation here as an alert, okay? And we also have it as a filter in days or position consolidation. And then I know this is a ton that I'm going over, and someone's going to say, gee, Chris, what do all these things mean? And I'm going to say, we got this wonderful help function right here. And so when I've highlighted any filter or alert, I can right click and go help, or I can just have it highlighted and click help. And it's going to take you to this page here. All right. And it's going to give you a definition of what any one of these items do here. Now, one caveat to this page and to alerts and filters. Some alerts have a filter. What's the difference between alerts and a filter? An alert, first off, is an event. It means something happened, new high, new low, check mark up, standard deviation break, range break. We do have some candle patterns as alerts, okay? Many of these have alert filters attached to them, not to be confused with Windows-specific filters. And we can know the difference by the icons. Single icons like we see here, all right, or like we see here, those are going to be your alerts. And we'll see that some of them have filters attached to them like so. And I see questions coming in. I'm going to keep plugging away to get to everybody, right? If we come down, we see these dual icons, this tealish and purplish one. Those are filters, all right, that we're going to give value to's with minimum for that color, maximum for this color, all right? Now, what I want to point out on this page is someone may come across an alert that has a filter on it, like this crossed above resistance. And here's the filter, hours of trading. And they're going to say, well, what does that mean? And this is where the caveat on that page is, all right? So we've come to that page again, all right? And it's brought us to, these consolidation alerts or wherever we wanted. However, there's a second section for alerts called alert specific filters right here, down below the description of the alerts. So first we have the description of the alerts up here, all right? And then we have the alert specific filters down here, okay? And it goes in to describe what those filters are doing, and you can isolate them by their icon and go over specifically what these filters are looking for inside those alerts. As I mentioned, we do a few pattern recognitions. We're not great at it. It's just that simple. Pattern recognition is hard. If you can find a software that is phenomenal at pattern recognition, bless your soul. I know a few competitors of ours, they're going to make claims. They are, and they'll have probably many more patterns. I don't think that they identify them really that outstanding, to be honest with you. So, make of that what you will. And it's not a shot at them. Their software, they do things well. Nobody does pattern recognition well. It's too arbitrary. There's just too many variants, too many variables. All right. And again, some different candlestick patterns that we can find here with these different items in here. Here are the filter definitions for those specific alerts and going through all those in there. All right. So hopefully that kind of covers that, helps get you going in a direction, Steve. All right. Is it pointless to use change from close and position and range? No, because you may want to see stuff that's up a certain amount from the close, but also a certain amount on today as well. So that's, I don't think that's pointless at all. It would also, it would be like, position and range and change from open. Also, something could have gapped down massively. All right. Could have had this big gap down. All right. Like this, for example, here. All right. And then maybe I want to see if it's going to, gap down and it's going to bounce. All right. And so even though it's down from the close, I want to see it up from the open. So maybe I can use position and range even, and I want to see it off the low of today. And I don't care where it is in relative to yesterday's close, or maybe I do care and I want to see that it's up for the day and that it's maybe bounced as well to return to yesterday's close on top of that as well. So there's definitely viable reasons, Rev, to use those. Just think about what you're trying to find on the chart and how you'd use them in combination with each other. Chris, how do you initiate a run on a TI scanner? I'm not sure what you mean, Iris. Do you mean like trying to find scans that are trying to have scans that are finding things running up? If that is the case, I would point you towards this and I'll share it out with you. And use it maybe as a template / inspiration. When I say templates, use scans for templates as well. Use them as for inspiration as well. So P-A-R-A, Bollock. So first I'm going to share this, then I'm going to go over what it's doing. And then you can, kind of take it from there and, do what you like, and not just Iris, but anybody that's interested in this scan or this type of idea. And so I created this parabolic scanner. It turned out to be really popular. It's one of the few scans that I have not deleted that I have created. because I create lots of scanners to share with you folks. And if I don't use it, I clear out. If you mean races, let me know too, Iris. I got something else that I'll share with you on that. But I create lots of scanners with you folks, and then I delete them from my cloud because I've got what I like, generally speaking. But what I did in the scan here is we took a new high alert, very simple. All right, new high on the day. And we took stocks that are at least $2, traded 125,000 shares on the day, and they're up 10% in the last 15 minutes. And I've actually found some great alerts from the long side and short side on this. All right, perfect. Thanks, Barry. I found some great alerts, both long and short side on this. And then we messed around with it this was a few weeks ago. And then we changed this 10% on the 15 minutes to maybe 5 or 7%. And we're finding some more long ideas versus short ideas. But, let's look at the history on this today. And let's just take a look at what we've gotten for alerts on it. And what I want to stress to everybody is getting an alert on a scan does not mean just go and buy the stock or go and short the stock. It means we've got an idea based on some things we think we're looking for. Now, what might we want to execute on that idea? All right. And so, for example, look at AGRI. This thing's coming in for 2 minutes straight. Bang, 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 bang. And we get the initial alert at 2:26. Okay. Excuse me. And it turns out, let's see, 2:26 is right around here. All right. And it turns out that ends up being an okay alert. Not only does it end up being an okay alert, but this is something we could have thrown on a price alerts and use that price alerts as a watch list, right? So we could have set a quick price alerts on this here. We could have set one for a pullback, maybe for long or short, depending on what our mindset is. Okay. And it worked both ways. All right. So, for example, we could have put a price alert here and we would have found it near the top here for a nice little short play. And that's, some significant time to be moving back down on that way. Now, is it a tough trade? Sure. But when we're looking for stuff that's spiking, that's what you get a lot of times. All right. We also could have put a price alert for a nice pullback. And we got another nice alert off that pullback based on who knows what you're basing it on, what your technical analysis you're seeing. Does it have to do with this line right here showing a previous new high that we're busting through? That's great. All right. Are we, trying to make a pullback for a range on today? Things of that nature. So shared that out. Yep, I shared it up top, Iris. All right. I'll post it again in here for you. So there's that scan again. There's a second shot at it. Second one that I'm going to share first before I go over the scan. All right. I'm going to share the link first if I can find you. Bollinger here. 15 minutes. What do I call this thing? Here we go. So this is a stock race that I'm going to share because I haven't done anything on stock races really yet. So here we go. So we're going to go over this bottom left-hand scan here. So I've called this racing 15-minute B bands, change 5-minute percent. What I've done in this scan. So first off, I've shared it already. It's in there. All right. So you're welcome to it. Download it, check it out, follow along. What I did is this is how I break down racing. First, I said top list. Find me these stocks. The stocks I want you to find me are between $4 and $30. Relative volume is 2. They've traded 200,000 shares on the day. And I want to see that they're 80% above the low of the Bollinger Band. What I'm trying to find on a 15-minute chart. So let me add Bollinger Bands here. Now, generally speaking, I don't need them on my charts. I don't want the Bollinger Band on my chart. I already know what the scan's looking for. I can visualize it in my head, but someone may want them there for better visualization for themselves. All right. So again, I said, find me stocks that are nearing the top Bollinger Band. All right. And they've got to be at least up over the last 5 minutes too. All right. So I'm trying to find stuff in an uptrend. And we break the 15-minute Bollinger Band here. We get a pullback and a nice move up, all right? Just to illustrate why I like to play Bollinger Bands like this. Just the personal preference. There is nothing wrong with playing a mean revision that you break a low upper Bollinger Band and you play a short this side, or you touch the lower or break a lower Bollinger Band and you play a long mean revision to the side. They are all viable strategies. but understand what you are trying to do with those is all I'm trying to isolate here. So that's what I'm looking for in this, but that's not enough. All right. That's what I told the top list. Find me stocks that meet that criteria. Then I said, top list, I want you to sort them and take the ones that are highest in their position of Bollinger Bands on a 15-minute chart, and I want those at the top of the list. Then, if that's not enough, I said, great, now you found me the stocks based on this. Now you sorted the ones at the top of the list are going to be, up here, all right? Then I want you to race them based on the columns that I select. On this one, it's an individual column, so we show race setup, and I want you to show me stocks and race them on a change of 5-minute percent. And the delta value means saying that I found the stocks, I have all of them, all right? Now I want you to start them all even and then race them based on a 5-minute percent. So I don't care at this point if the stock is up 10% in the last 5 minutes or up 1% in the last 5 minutes. I want them to start even at this second, and I want to see what's moving the most now based on that up over the 5 minutes. And that's all I've done with this, and that's how I've isolated it. And the reason why I like this is because I now have all the stocks that meet the criteria I want, but I don't need an alert. I don't need a new high or a new low. All I need is for this to say, hey, this is moving based on this. And you may want to race it based on relative volume that's increasing. You may want to race it based on 1 minute volume. You may want to race it on change 2-minute percent instead. You may want to race it on RSI in different values. And so that's what I've done with this essentially. All right, so UONE, let's take a look at what's going on here. And we can see a nice move. And if nothing else, we can also come back. Were you coming in earlier on me, UONE? No, unfortunately not. But look, we can see that now we have 3-minute races going on here. And this is 2 races, plus we pause the races for a minute. So let's go back 10 minutes on INDO, okay? And so we're going back here, and we're going back here, and we're going in here. So on this candle, all right, we started to find this coming through as an alert somewhere around $16, and not really an alert because it's not an alert window, but we were getting alerted in the races here to INDO, and we end up going on and making quite a quick move off of that. Now look, that's fine and dandy, but if you don't have a plan to trade that, it means absolutely nothing, okay? And what do I mean by a plan? Why do I want to enter here? When I enter, what was my stop that I had in mind before I entered? What was my risk management plan to the upside before I entered? Okay. All those things that comes with the scanning. You don't have those things. The scan means absolutely nothing. All right. Let's again take a look here at HER, excuse me, HEAR. I'll get this right one of these days. And we're going back a lot of candles on this one. 3-minute races. It's happened a while ago. All right. And we start coming in here, all right, at 1727-ish or so, somewhere in this range here. Even if we caught it at 1750, and we got a 50-cent move off of that. Again, this is why I like Bollinger Bands to the upside. Again, a personal preference. I've tested things. I've gone through thousands and thousands of charts to come up with these ideas. Share them with you. You take them, you make them your own, come up with a risk management plan with them. I think we had a really nice defined level here of this. We could see the price action around that 17 level. Again, whole numbers, psychological, human beings. We can be very predictable in a lot of ways when it comes to behavior like this. Think about when you're turning up the volume on a TV. Do you ever stop at 39? Nope. You go to 40 or you go back to 35. That's how it works. Whole numbers in stock trading can work very similar for support and resistance. We broke a band, we reverted, we bounced. Nothing overly complicated. The complicated part is sticking to a plan and not just saying, oh, it's going up, I'm buying because it went up. Okay, well, what was your risk side? What was your downside plan to this downside? You didn't have one? That didn't make sense to buy it then. What was your upside plan to that upside to manage your reward? You didn't have one? You were gambling. You weren't trading. Manage your risk, manage your risk, manage your risk. So hopefully that all makes sense. Hopefully everybody got something out of all that. And What I'm trying to illustrate here with every scan that we went over is exactly what trade ideas. Trade ideas. All right. We have ideas. We're generating them. You're generating them. How you want to generate them, there is no limit to them. What you have to figure out on your own is how you are going to manage the risk of those ideas. I hear Barry popping in on
Oh,
me.
yeah, you hear me breathing. Wow.
No, I thought I heard music actually. Maybe it was my.
Uh,
Maybe your breathing is so rhythmic
no kidding.
that it's like meditation
That's
to me.
crazy. It's crazy.
Now I
Oh
just
my
hear you.
goodness, Chris, how you doing? I just caught the or the tail end of your brilliant
My
commentary.
my rant.
No, your brilliant commentary.
Listen, I tell everybody I'm a great parrot. Everything that basically going over, 90% of what I'm going over was stuff I either heard from you or Steve or Andy or Real or Zach or William in the trading room. You know, all these people, you know, are what makes a community here. And I think what makes Trade Ideas, you know, heads and shoulders above everybody, and why I get so annoyed and frustrated that I only see 53 people on this stream right now. But it is what it is.
It is what it is, Chris. Yeah, it is what it is. Well, I'm ready to take over from you if you want.
I'm ready if you're ready.
All right.
You have the con, sir.
Okay. Okay, Captain. I'll put myself, or you put yourself on mute, and I
You
will
got it.
add to the stream, and I should be showing my screen now.
You got it. You're in
Okay,
charge, and
thanks,
I will
buddy.
see you in a couple of hours.
Yeah, 3:30 to 4:30, right? That's today.
You got it. All right. Adios,
Okay.
everybody. Thanks for listening to me rant. Take care.
All right, guys, I'm now back. Let me get rid of that. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm now back. Well, look at that DraftKings. You know, all the excitement about the big $60 price target, just completely and utterly fizzling. I think people are just reading right through all these analysts who try to put these ridiculous price targets, quite frankly, but they hope and pray that people will listen to them for a while anyway. So DraftKings doing nothing. This has been an incredibly choppy day, guys. You know, I did my video and talked about the chop and, you know, pre-market. Oops, what's this? Ah, good, the BRLT. So look at this chop here. I mean, we had a little pop pre-market. Market was positive. Market opens down, recovered down, recovered, moving down. I mean, this is really, really a difficult trading environment, you know, to find obviously something with a very strong trend. I'm not saying there is nothing out there. Somebody's going to put up their hand and go, yeah, but what about this one? Of course, there's going to be something, but you know, the problem is that they're few and far between in a market like this. And we have a halt. This is a halt because of news, just a little guy, KULR. Yeah, Rajiv, I see your question there. Now it's in terms of overall industries, I suppose there's a way, but it's not easy. First of all, if you want to take the major sectors though, just the major sectors, okay, and find the top ones in the major sectors. Here's a start. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on sector status. So here are the major sectors, and each one of these are the stocks that make up the major sectors in, say, XLE. So right now, this is sorted on the change from the close. So Oxy and APA, these are the leading stocks in this sector, as an example. So now, if you want to go change from the open, they're actually the same. So so in the major sectors, it's pretty simple to find the top stocks, okay? But if you're looking to drill down in some of the other sectors, you can do it, but it requires a bunch of symbol lists and it's a lot of work. Okay, I mean, if you're just looking at the major sectors, though, this is a really quick way to find, the top stocks in the major sectors, or conversely, the worst one. So, for instance, what's the worst one? FANG. Whatever reason, FANG is the only one that's not up today in the energy sector, or at least from the open, as an example. Now, we do have a sector ETF, but that's not going to show you the stocks that make it up. ETF racing, it's not going to show you the stocks that make it up. But so these are, some of these are pretty crazy sectors. But if you're looking for, we do have a way, but it will require some work. Because if I right click, first of all, are you listening to me? Can you hear me as I'm talking about this? Oh, you're okay. Okay. So you're back in this room, I see. So there is another way, but it requires some work. If you right click on an alert window and click on configure and then click on symbol lists. So if you go over to this add existing list, and if I explode the sector ETF, I think this is what's going to do it. No, okay, that's the same one. Just give me a moment. If I click on sectors, yeah, you see, here we go. So if you see this sectors and you click on the plus sign, this is going to expand it. Now, here's where you can, this is why I'm saying it's going to be really, it's up to you. You can pick a sector. So here's finance and insurance, but you can even drill down. You click on that plus sign. Now you can, drill down into the credit intermediation and related activities. You can get crazy. But if you just wanted to look at finance and insurance as an example, then you have to click on it. And then it shows up. Once it shows up here in this column, then you can take a top list or an alert window or something like that, maybe a top list, and add this so it's only looking at this sector. And then you can, assuming depending on the columns you've got, click on the change from the open or the change from the close. But can you see that this is, it's going to require some work. So you might want to pick a couple of sectors and see how it works. Now, the other thing that you can do, but it's not bulletproof. So watch what I'm going to do. It's not bulletproof. In the single stock window, we have something called similar to. Okay, so what this is supposed to be doing is showing stocks in a similar sector. Okay, so when I know if I click on, for instance, let's go Moderna. Okay, that's probably going to be pretty bulletproof. Okay, so these are all bios. Okay, and I just clicked on Moderna because I figured that we would see a lot of bios in here. Of course, so we see a lot of bios in here, right? So now here's what you, so this is what it's trying to do, showing you stocks that are similar in a similar sector. Now, what I can do is right click and pop it out. Now I've been able to pop this out, and now this is like a normal top list. Now I can, have whatever columns I want, the change from the close, the relative volume, change from the open. I can add as many columns as I want, just like a normal top list. So now I can sort on that change from the close. So I can see if you, in theory, if you thought that the ones that are, these are the top, this HARP, haven't seen HARP at all today, but HARP would be the top one in this sector, as an example. If I wanted to see the ones that are performing the worst, I would just, now I did that very quickly. So remember, a top list window, if you double left click rapidly, that sorts, you can pick any column and sort on it. So what I did was I double clicked rapidly, and now I can see in that sector the worst performing one, YMTX. Okay. Now, what you probably want to do though is, adjust if you find a few sectors that you really want to zero in on. And the bios, usually those are pretty good because there's usually a lot of stuff happening in the biotech sector, right? So what I would do though is I would probably make some changes, like I would up the minimum volume. In fact, I think I have one. Well, let me just keep going. So you can go to the configure and then the summary. So for instance, volume is 25,000. See, I don't, you can keep this in. I never, if I'm looking just for the big intraday movers, I never use the average daily volumes. We've got a 5-day, I think we've got a 10 and a 20 or whatever, 30-day. I'm not even sure what they are. The reason I don't care because, I am an intraday trader. So why would I limit myself? Because people ask me that a lot. Well, why don't you have, say, a minimum of 100,000 shares that is traded over the last 5 days or 10 days or something? And the reason I don't is because that could limit you. If you see some stock that is just absolutely ripping today, trading hundreds of millions, but maybe today's is the day it's doing that, and over the last 10 days it's traded nothing. Well, of course, all I care about are the ones that are really moving today. So for instance, if I use the filter saying, well, you know what, I want to see stocks that have traded at least 500,000 shares over the last 5 days on average, I will more than likely not see, maybe something that's really, really moving quickly today, because it more than likely it probably hasn't traded 500,000 shares on average over the last few days. Well, why would I limit myself to that? Oh, you can keep barking, Ansel. It's just not going to happen. But here, support support at trade-ideas.com. And you can voice your displeasure that we don't have a Mac version, okay? And obviously you're not willing to use something like parallels. Yeah. No, I know it's not me, but it's just not going to happen. So, Raj, excuse me. So yeah, so you can try the similar, but I picked this one. I picked Moderna because, typically, I know I'm going to get stocks that are in that industry. They're all pharmas or something like that. Sometimes though, you'll type in a symbol and then you'll look at the similar and you go, well, wait a minute, what does this have to do with that? And so it's not bulletproof. But now but if you can find a few sectors, yeah, it's a great example of Moderna. I was 100% sure. And, if I were you or others, I mean, because the bios are usually so dynamic every single day, you can start off with this one. And again, I would add some minimum volume today. You don't want to see something that's trading 11,000 shares, for instance. I mean, that's just, you don't want to see that, right? So I would add a minimum volume, not the minimum average over the last 5 or 10 days, but just a minimum volume today. Look at this market. This is a really, I haven't seen a day like this in a while, guys. I mean, this is a really choppy up and down, up and down. And Pepe, my IT professional, is going to tell me. So, Pepe, how is that different from what I was just talking about? How you could add, you can go to the symbol list, add a symbol list, and attach it to a top list window, and then you'll see with no filters in it, really. You'll see all the symbols there also, won't you? Well, I know you will, but I think it's just a pain to have to go through all those symbol lists. I mean, I guess you can just pick the ones you want. It'd be great if the similar worked like it was really, really bulletproof, and that would be awesome because, yeah, I just create a top list window and, just don't, I mean, I think you still probably want to have some kind of a filter because you don't want to have, see something that's only trading one share. So I didn't do this earlier. But let's take a look now at the doc. Oh, no. I want to bring back, remember I was saying how you get a different look, the change from the open? Give me a moment. So what I did was I took the in our channels, and I took the sector status, and the sector status is on the change from the close, okay, which is fine if you're looking at it pre-market. But once the market opens, and I should have done this maybe 15 or 20 minutes after the market opened, you can get a very, very different look because now this is sorted on the change from the open instead of the change from the close. So when you go to our channel bar and click on sector status, it is sorted on the change from the close. Now in the energy, it really hasn't changed dramatically. If you recall, I think it was 80, 90% of them were above the close, and now 100% of them are above the open. So that hasn't changed dramatically. Where you can see some dramatic changes, though, for instance, in technology, I can't remember what that percentage was, but we've seen days in which you look at the change from the close, and there might be only like 10% of them are up from the close of the day before. But then you look at the change from the open 15, 20, 30 minutes after the open, and you can see a dramatic change. You can see, and if you sorted on the change from the close, you might still see that a lot of stocks are still are below the close of yesterday. However, when you sort on the change from the open, you can see that a lot of them are starting to move still below the close, but you'd never know that. You'd never know that unless you actually looked at the change from the open. Change from the open to me is the way to go once the market's open. Okay. The change from I don't use I don't use change from the close really anymore. I mean, there might be the odd scan that I have changed from the close still, but I think the change from the open is in my opinion, the way to go. All right, guys. As I'm starting to, I mean, I freely admit I'm in the BRLT. I'm really intrigued by this bottoming tail. See if this really absolutely meant something way back when, and see if it keeps drifting down. I'm not in it at the 450 452. I wish I were, but so I'm just kind of hanging on to that. So if there's any interest at all, I can show people how to create a docked window if there's any interest at all. If not, I won't do it. I know I can point you to the guide, but I can at least show you, how you can start if there's any interest. Man. Boy, this TVTX, I mean, I should have just trusted my instincts on this one and shorted the heck out of it. We saw this one earlier in the day, popped up, but here's your red flag as far as I'm concerned. Started by this guy. I think more people who saw this probably are looking at that and going, yeah, right. Not that I'm sure he's not involved with the company anymore, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, just Google this guy's name and you'll be surprised. You know what? I got very lazy this weekend. I was doing quite a few other personal things, and I did not check. So you know what? Why don't I do this now that there's a bit of a lull in the action? No, cannot trade options. No, not within trade ideas. No, we don't scan for options, and neither does and you cannot trade for options using this window. The question was option filters, but can TI trade options as well? No. So I am going to. This is what I should have done over the weekend. Again, I guess I got a little bit lazy. Okay. So we get a lot of questions, not a lot of questions, but we certainly have questions saying, do you scan for IPOs? So there is actually a bit of a hack. I know Stephanie created a bit of a hack for it, but in my opinion, this is a better way to do it. Okay. Because if you're going to look at IPOs, in my opinion, you should be at least prepared to know what the IPO is, like what the price, what the IPO price was suggested to be, how many shares, and maybe who's behind it. Because you can get an alert and it's an IPO, but what do you do? So this is, and there are very few. So this is what I do. So here they are, and as PJ mentioned, there's the OKYO. So this is what you can do. So these are this week. What's the date? Well, in fact, this could have been today. No, the week of. Well, it actually said it could have traded today, but I don't, not sure I saw it, but let's just see if it did. But on the weekend, this is what you can do, and I'll give you this link. This is an IPO. This is an IPO calendar link. There are others, so you can obviously go to other links for IPOs, but this is what I typically use. So, for instance, this one, Great Green Corporation, BGXX. That's the symbol. 158. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, I would never ever want to trade this one, but I'll show you what you can do. So you type the symbol in. Okay, so it hasn't started to trade. Okay, so I will create a price alert. Right click, create a price alert. Should trade over $1 when it opens. Now here's what I do. This is why I'm saying, instead of just having an IPO alert, and so sure, you see now it's trading. Now what? Be nice to know a little bit about it. So for instance, this one, it says it's going to have 158 million shares. That's ridiculous. I don't even, you know what? I'm going to forget this one. This one doesn't even give me a price. Okay, a projected price. So I'm going to forget that one completely. So let's look at the next one. So here's the innovative eyewear, Lucy. So I'm going to type in Lucy. I'm going to create the price alert at 1. Now here's, so I can see right there, Lucy, 1.5. That's going to be crazy low, 1.5 million, between 550 to 750. That's the projection. Okay. So what I do is in the notes section, 1.5 million. I can just use a shorthand, of course. And I'm just going to put, what does it say? 550 to 7. I'm just going to go 6 to 8. Okay, 6 to 8. Then a lot of times I will actually put who's behind it, because, Maxim, I'm getting, I don't think I really knew Maxim that much, but over the last couple of years, they seem to be behind a lot of these super cheap IPOs with a few shares. So I'll put Maxim. So I now know. What happens is I'm going to go to my price alerts window. If you're not using our price alerts, you should be. So if you click on price alerts, the window will pop up. And this is what you'll see. Okay, yours will be blank. Notice at the very bottom, here it is. Okay, there it is. So what I do, let me get rid of these. These are the ones that are actually triggered. So what I do is I sort on the triggered time. So the last one to trigger will be right at the top. I can put a price, like a sound alert on it also. The same way you can put in an alert window, set up the sound. Why do I do that? Because I've got wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer, I know the sound I put on this. I can come racing back and go, I've got a new price alert. The other thing though is what I do is I minimize this window. By minimizing the window, so I don't have to stare at this all day long. By minimizing the window, when I do get a price alert, this window will pop up on my screen. Okay, I'll see the alert right at the top. I have a sound alert on it. I cannot miss it. Okay, so I'm going to show you how that works. But so so when this starts to trade, when Lucy starts to trade, it'll pop up on my screen, but I'll have an idea about, only 1.5 million shares between 550. I put 6 and 8. Now I'll do the next one. OKYO. Same thing, right click, create the price alert. I put $1 because more than likely it's going to trade more than $1 when it starts. And as, I mean, 500K, wow, 500,000, that is crazy, crazy low. And I'll explain why we kind of look at these. And it looks like it should be around 5. And this is, and Think Equity, I know these guys too. They seem to specialize on these really low ones. And let me just do the last one, which is, no, see, I won't do this one because this is it looks like this is a SPAC. You can tell it's a SPAC because it's coming in at $10. And if you don't know what a SPAC is, just look it up. SPAC, that's the acronym. You can look it up, but I don't care about this. So why do we even care about these two? The reason being is that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes they can do the absolute insane trading on that first day. Not for everybody. What's that one, guys? AU or AT? What was the one last week? Help me. I can bring it up. I'll show you why. Somebody knows. They actually traded it. I think Poe, you traded that one earlier. Was that around $1.80 or so? What was that symbol? I know it starts with an A. I can't remember anymore. There you go. Thank you very much, Steve. So AUST. Take a look at AUST. Now, these are insanely tricky. Okay, I'm only pointing these out. This is, I mean, if you're new to trading, this is for information only purposes. Okay. So look at this AUST. It was the same thing. I think they released, I don't know, we'll just say 2 or 3 million shares. The IPO price was probably around between $4 and $6. Look what it did on its first day. Got up to $28. I mean, it collapsed afterwards and it's doing nothing now. And that's what happens. I mean, we're not saying these are not swing trades or anything like that. But boy, I mean, this is what can happen on the day of, and sometimes even the second day. Okay, sometimes. I mean, we've seen some of these ones that, go up to $80 on the first day, just out of craziness. So that's why I tend to focus on those really, really low floaters, low price ones, the first day to see if you can kind of pick an entry and ride it for a bit. But that's me. And that's, it's certainly, if you're new to trading, I wouldn't be doing it. And you don't want to be that person who got in at $29 and has been hoping and praying that it'll go back. Anyway, cracks. Let's take a look at some of Zach's. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Don't see anything really grabbing my attention. Look at this SPY now. I mean, now the SPY is actually, wow. I mean, look at this. What a turnaround now. Look at the Dow up. So we've got a little disconnect going in the market. What do I mean by that? Well, look at the Dow's up 200. Nas is down 57. SPY's up a little. So there's sort of a disconnect right now between the so-called value stocks, the Dow stocks, and the growth stocks, the Nas stocks. Okay, there's a bit of a disconnect. Let's take a look at AR. So this is still just disaster. What to say? ARKK. You know, Weber had a tremendous run, guys. I mean, Weber earnings play got all the way down to 573. That's a great percentage move off. That is a classic gap down and reverse. So far, I mean, I haven't been able to pay as much attention to it today because of well, a little more explaining today. Though I'm telling you, this has probably been the quietest test drive we've had in terms of questions. I guess everybody knows everything, which is excellent. Usually the first couple of days, I can't trade because there's just so many questions coming in. But well, I'm still kind of hoping. Well, I shouldn't say hope, but seeing if the BRLT can get closer and closer to 4. Okay, we just had another halt. This one can be kind of crazy. Look at this CHGG, guys. CHGG just got halted on the way up. Again, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. The halts resumes, okay? One of the scans I am sharing. CHGG just got halted on the way up. And if you're wondering why it got halted, it's called a volatility halt. And basically, program kicks in. And basically, well, if the stock gets too volatile in the mind and eyes of a computer, it just halts the stock. Usually it's 5 minutes. Usually it's 5 minutes for the halt. And sometimes we can get a bit of a clue where it may open, but I can't see anything right now. This is from Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. We do not have time and sales. That's a question we get a lot. We don't have time and sales. You, of course, get that from your broker. But a lot of times what we'll see, though, is the potential where it's going to open. And right now there's really nothing, no clue. Yeah, I saw that headline. Just that the is the headline you're talking about. And there's the TU or the TU, yeah, TU, TWOU. So so they both got halted. So here's the here's the fun. They come out and say, okay, we picked Chegg instead of TU or 2U. Now this is what I was talking about. So there's no huge clue. You see, it's halted at 10:45, and the potential is for the open around 10:50. Okay. Now a lot of times you'll see this really rapidly changing because this is not written in stone. But I don't believe it's going to open that close to the halt. And so what PJ is talking about, of course, is the puts to calls ratio. Now you see how this popped up on my screen, guys? You saw the BRLT. I had set a price alert at $4.10 for it, and so when it hit it, it popped up on my screen. Okay, so I can't miss that. And to set a price alert, very simple. Let's just say I want to set a price alert for Weber, and I want to set it right at the high here. Say what's the price right now? 720. Let's say I want to. So all you do is you go to the chart and you move your mouse and you see the dotted line following you and just set it where you want the price alert. Let's put it at 724. Create the price alert at 724. Now, if I wanted at 723, of course I could move it. Now, typically for price alerts like this, I don't put any notes. I mean, you can if you want. The only time I put notes is in that IPO. So now I save it. And I can bracket it though. Let's say I want to see if it moves down below 720. Okay, so I've just bracketed this. And TWOU just opened. Whoa, and did it ever? Whereas this one did not open. This is not open yet. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. This one was a 5-minute halt. It opened 51. Well, it opened right after, and it's but Chegg is still halted. So there's no hard and fast rule. I mean, there may be one, but I don't know what it is. Okay, here it just opened. Now that's a little bit strange. Usually it's almost right to the second 5 minutes, but it opened afterwards. Look at that gap. Holy son of a fill in the blanks. Wow. Wow. So there's a headline generating price pop. Yeah, which one to short? Well, they're both shortable for me. How many? There are 800,000 of this 2U. And how many? So there are a heck of a lot more shorts available interactive. Okay, you see how that popped up, guys? Hopefully you understand now. See how that popped up? I put that price alert for Weber just underneath the price, and it popped up on my screen. You cannot, if you're not using our price alerts, it's one of the, look, I always say it like this, we didn't invent the concept of price alerts, but it really helps you. So you don't have to keep staring at a chart to see if something's going to happen. Okay, you just set the price alert. When you get the alert, you click on it, and now you can check to see, okay, what's it doing? Like, what's the market doing? What is it doing? Is it like 10, 15-minute candles in a row? You know, just because you get a price alert doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. So this has way more shorts available. The CHGG, way more at Interactive Brokers anyway. Which again, why is that important? Well, probably probably there are a lot more brokers out there that have shorts available. So if you're looking to short something, and of course, if you short something, you're putting some downward pressure on the price. If there weren't a lot of shorts available, I mean, people, the price could drop anyway, just people finally selling if they got in earlier, just to lock in a gain. But you don't have the additional downward pressure of a lot of shorting. And of course, this is just a rumor. So this has been a tremendous, guys. I mean, the AI is starting to produce a little bit now. For the last time, was down on it quite a bit. But I would say for the last 3 weeks or so, we're starting to get some nice little, I mean, that's almost a 10% move, and it's been relatively steady all day long, the BRLT. I mean, this one is, it's okay, but okay, well, I'm at the reverse of you. No, it's over 20 again, I'm out. And I'm talking the CHGG. Not reverse, but I mean, it was just because of the number of shorts available. All right, here we go. Yay. So I've covered some. I'm not going to hang around. I don't know where this is going. So I've covered some. I'm talking about the CHGG. Just underneath 20, I took it, guys. You know me, that whole number. Wow, this is really starting to move too. I bet you the TWO is working also. TWOU. Sure, it's working also. So Well, my fantasy level, guys, here's the bottom of that 5-minute candle is around 19. Okay, I've just covered most of it now, guys. He said, I'm not going to go crazy. There's some bottoming tails here, which again, sellers have been trying. Well, not so much on that candle. So I have a little piece left just in case it does the really crazy and gets all the way back down to the 17 level. All right, coming June 15th. It's like a movie. Who's starring in it, Zach? June 15th. Well, that's a big tease. Better be a blockbuster. Oof. All right, guys. Again, give me a moment. All right, so that's it for me on this one. There's a possibility for me to reshort this if it gets down under 19. I'll stick an alert there just in case it gets out. The bottoming tails tell a big story, guys. Understand what they mean, what a topping tail, what a bottoming tail means. Only buy? Okay. June 15th. That's a whole month. Well, I can't wait. So look at the 15-minute chart. I mean, this is a 15. I could throw up a 5 and you'd see two bottoming tails. Now listen, this may continue down. Don't get me wrong. But remember, at one point, the sellers had this down to 1920, and the buyers are trying like mad to pop it up. Okay. If you look at a 15-minute chart, it's even a different look. Again, look at these two bottoming tails. The sellers had it down here. The buyers popped it up. Remember, I'm short. I'm going short this, so I don't want to see this. I want to see I want to see big topping tails. Where you get the buyers have it way up, and the sellers keep knocking it down. So right now, I mean, this is, in no man's land. So that's the reason I got out of the trade. But, it was a great little trade. Did the TWOU, did it do better or worse? About the same. You see the bottoming tails? Now this has a big topping tail there. So, but anyway, the topping tails and bottoming tails can really start telling a picture. I draw your attention to Gtac, GTEC. And what it's maybe trying to do, big flyer in the morning. This is an earnings play. That's a big low float. A low float, 4.5 million in the float. So it's a very low float. And again, if you don't know what the float and the importance of the float is, just think of the float as being the supply of stock that's available to be traded. Typically what you do is stock companies have shares outstanding, and then you start to subtract all the shares that maybe mutual funds own, certainly the C-suiters, the CEO, COO, etc. own, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So that gets you the float. And when you have a low float situation, like for me, anything 20 million and under is what I call a low float. So when you have a low float situation, again, that is a supply of stock. Now in this particular case, it's not that big a deal. But we've seen some situations where you have a very low float and a stock is up 100 or 2 or 300% for the day. And why? Well, they've come out with some kind of news usually. It could be maybe earnings, or it could be some kind of news that is really fueled in the enthusiasm. So just think of it like any other commodity. You've got a low supply, so the lower that number, and then for whatever reason you've got high demand, what happens? The price goes up. Low supply, high demand. Oh, I'm sure you can. I don't have Thinkorswim, but I'm sure you must be able to. I mean, you should be able to see the float in any brokerage platform. I mean, we have float info here, but this is from our provider. Now, sometimes, and in fact, most times, when you see something that is a very low float, you can check 10 different sources and get 10 different float numbers. When it's a low float, sometimes it's really difficult to get a handle on what that number is. Most of the times when it's a low float, a company has done several reverse splits over the course of years and months, and so sometimes it's really difficult. My opinion though is that if it's low, like 4.5, if you went to FinViz, it might be 6. If you went somewhere else, it might be 3. It's going to be low. You cannot? Really? I know in Interactive Brokers you can. I don't use Interactive Brokers for that. I just, use ours, but really, I'm surprised. No, you can do it. in Interactive Brokers. The question was, Marfran, in the other trading room, can you see the float information in Thinkorswim? And I just assumed that every major brokerage would have that information, but evidently not. But you can, yes, you can see it in Interactive Brokers. I don't know where it is. I don't use it, but somebody showed me a long time ago. I just use ours. Now, am I Pepe? You have IB also. I just don't know where that is. It's probably in Financial Lens or Fundamental Explorer or. Really? Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the float in IB. I could have sworn somebody showed me a long time ago. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at some of the different windows within Interactive Brokers. There's so many things within Interactive Brokers that I've never looked at. Anyway, well, you can use ours. I mean, listen, again, with these small ones, you could go to 10 different sites and get 10 different numbers. So, I mean, just use, what we have float information according to our data provider. Well, give me a minute. So for instance, if I go to FinViz, which a lot of people, think is kind of the Bible for all this sort of stuff, we have exactly the same float information. 4.4 they have. So that 11 million looks like that is the shares outstanding. And then I've got in FinViz, it says 4.46. So if I go to Yahoo, I'm sure there might be another number, but Yeah, but shares outstanding is not, well, are you saying that's what they're calling the float? All right, this one is popping up here. This used to be a very active stock, a CARV. Used to run with a couple of others. What window are you looking at, F? In it's not the Fundamental Explorer, is it? What window are you looking at in IB? I don't even see that. Oh, okay. I've got to click on ownership. So, okay, so this is what they have. So 6.8 million. I'm just looking at ownership here, 6.8 million. Quote details. Okay, I'll look at that also. I see market cap. I don't see. Anyway. All right, guys, it's 2:06. Getting close to putting myself on, well, in about an hour. So this is typically the format. No, the total outstanding shares is not the same as the float. That's the whole thing. The total outstanding shares is just that, and then you start subtracting. You know, you could take a Facebook as an example. So we look at Facebook. So oops. We have Facebook. We have a float of 2.29 billion. Now, I don't have the shares outstanding here, but you know, almost a certainty it's going to be greater than the float because you've got to subtract from all those shares outstanding, you know, what all like CEO, COO, all the C-suiters own, and plus a lot of the mutual funds. And that gets you the float. That is the typical definition of the float. Boy, this is turning into a neat little trade, guys, especially if it takes out 4. This is the BRLT. Pretty, other than that little jog up here, you know, take a look at it on a 15-minute chart. Pretty steady. That's the one. U1. That's the one. U1. U1 and Carver. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, so an exit reason, it gets rid of everything, Suraj. I mean, the best way to use, in my opinion, the best way, I mean, I don't ever look at these exit times or, I manage the trades on my own, but it's all or nothing. But that's why I'm saying, okay, if you decided to take this at 452 and then you did exit at 437, you could always have got back in the trade though. But yeah, it's an all or nothing. There are no partial exits on in with the AI. But I don't follow it at all. For instance, you'll see sometimes, for instance, the AI, you might see an exit, and sometimes these strategies have been designed around a certain hold period. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they've been optimized for a 1 hour hold. Okay, so you get into the trade, and it's working, and it's working, and it's working. And if you were just blindly following the AI, and after an hour you got out of the trade, and yet it's still working, it's still moving higher, why would you do that, right? If that makes sense. I'm not talking about this one necessarily, but just because it's been optimized, the strategy has been optimized for, say, for an hour hold, you have to treat each individual alert on their own. No, I don't think TI wants to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. All right, guys. Well, I'm just, I'm just in this VRLT wanting to see if it probably 417 gets me out. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I was just mentioning the Gtac. It's starting to pop a little bit here. Gtac starting to pop a little bit here, coming off the bottom here. So these sometimes, they had the big move in the pre-market, and then they just sort of rest for a while. And if you get the buying enthusiasm back in, it could have a late day flurry. Okay, Pepe, because I'm 100% sure, no, 99.9% sure that somebody showed me that in IB. Could have been a year or two ago. The float information, but okay. Just goes to show how hard it is to nail down, the float. If the brokers themselves don't want to commit to it, just goes to show how hard it is to nail down the float. I was going to say that was really an early article in 2002. Really early. I know they've been around for a while, but well, our provider, our data provider who provides us with all the information, I mean, they have access to something that they consider is the float. I mean, if you go to Finviz, if you go to Yahoo, if you go to some other sites, you will see float information. So they've got, they've got somewhere that they have a database that they have what they consider is the float. I think we use FactSet or something like that. Now, how do I get it? That's another question. So, I mean, these are just filters, okay? If that's what you meant. These are just filters, okay? So if I right click, configure, and here I mean, this is what I've done. These are the filters that I'm interested in, but you can have, here are all the filters that you could put in. It's just, so one of them, of course, is float. But I'm sharing mine, but it doesn't mean that this is the be all and the end all, but I'm sharing this one. Nothing is auto trading. Well, what do you mean is that auto trading? When you say that, what do you mean by that exactly? You're talking about the AI? AI is there's no auto trading. This is just you have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage the trade is up to you. We don't. And I know we talk about auto trading in our ads and all that, but I don't agree with auto trading at all. I know people want to auto trade because they like to be able to turn on their system in the morning and count their money in the afternoon. It won't work that way. So these from the AI are automatically generated signals. Yes, I mean these are signal. Well, I'll call them signals. What you see here, like any alert window, you create. It's an event. So, for instance, the basic new highs. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, the stock is between 1 and 20, current volume is 8, volume today is 400,000 shares, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert, okay? Now, whether you call that a signal or not. Now, that is something that you, of course, you can set up. I'm sharing all these, but you can set up your own scans. The AI, though, you don't do anything. You just load the window and let the alerts happen. So you're given a, there is, I really wish it weren't called entry price. This is the alert price, because I think it really might confuse people that if I get the alert at 452, the entry price at 452, and I click on it, now it's at 450, have I missed it? But anyway, you're given an entry and you're given a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. And there's nothing for you to do. Tomorrow, if you're part of this test drive or you're new to Trade Ideas and you have our premium service, all you have to do is just load this window. This is from here, from the toolbar. You click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and you can incorporate the window as part of your layout. If you load Trade Ideas anytime before 9:30 tomorrow, this window will be blank, and you just let the alerts come in. The earliest alert in this window would be at 9:35. Nothing earlier than that. You can see the earliest alert here was 9:48. How many alerts a day? It varies. To me, less is more. Less is good, I should say. You seem to, well, are you a pro trader or not? I guess if you are, you must have, I know they make you fill out a form. Now you may want to contest it if you're not. There must be some reason, because obviously the only reason we don't care, we had to go through this thing starting 2 years ago. We don't care. It's the exchanges that care. Okay, so they want to charge, because in the subscription fee, the data is included in the subscription fee. But if the New York or Nasdaq thinks you're a pro trader, they want to charge you more for the data. We don't care. We don't want to, but so that's why we were forced to have people fill out that form. Because believe me, the money doesn't go to us; it goes to the exchange. So something in how you filled out the form must have some kind of red flag must have happened, because we're certainly not looking to tell the exchanges that you are a pro trader. So I don't know what to say. Have you? You've obviously talked to them. When I say them, us, to say, hey, I'm not a pro trader. But there's something in the form you filled out that seems to indicate that you are. And you may have accidentally answered a question yes instead of no. I mean, I don't know. Well, here's the reason, Poe, because they audit us. And we had to go through this. This was a procedure about even 3 years ago. We had to contact every single one of our subscribers again and have them fill out the form, because they, meaning the exchanges, audit us now. And so, yeah, you could say you're not, and they could do a random check and say, hey, wait a minute, this guy is, therefore we're going to fine you. Fine you, meaning us. So that's the reason. There you go. Even Pepe had to fill it out. All right, guys. Well, I don't see very many more questions, so very unusual for a test drive. Just waiting and waiting and waiting to see if this can take out that 4 BRLT. See if it can catch up to that big bottoming tail that happened earlier, which broke down through 4. All right, guys, just really biding my time here. Be able to pay a little more attention to the gap up or the gap continuation or reverse scanner tomorrow. So what I'm going to do now, what time is it? 2:30 almost. So what I'm going to do now is if you still want to take part in this test drive, there's still time to do it. You will not get 10 days. You'll get, well, the balance of today, but today's almost over. Don't want to mislead anybody. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it started today. So what'll happen is you'll get the balance of today, which is hardly anything, and then 9 trading days, okay? You won't get the full 10 because it's over. When it's over, we don't extend it or at all, okay? One of the reasons, well, always have to make sure why we have to charge anything is because, again, the exchanges don't care that we want to give away the product for free. They still want to charge us for the data. So anyway, 11/11. So we have to make sure it doesn't overlap into another month. Even if we, imagine if we had the 16th to the 1st, we have to pay for 2 months, even though it's only 1 month. Anyway, $11.11. So you'll get 9 days plus maybe a couple of hours today. And that'll be as if you're a premium subscriber. The only thing you can't do is auto trade anything. Okay. But otherwise, you have access to the AI and everything else. We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to the AI, you can do so also, for the $11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? So don't worry about that. if you're going to take the test drive, then this is what I would do. I just put my homepage link in. When you click on my homepage link, let me just get rid of these tabs. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, I mean, obviously you can take out a subscription right now if you want, but I would wait because you're going to get a better promo code once the test drive is over, at least 20, maybe 25%. I don't know what it's going to be. Just to give you an idea what Trade Ideas costs. So we have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, the premium, this is what they're showing you on a per month basis. Of course, the payment is up front. So it's 2,000 less the promo. I mean, if you want to take it out right now, fine. That's 15%, or 1,000 less the 15%. And the big difference is the AI, which you see right here. You don't have to go monthly or annually, of course. In fact, don't, unless you know you want the program. The reason I say that is because you have to check our refund policy. So you can always go month to month. You can always start off with the monthly. You'll get the discount for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay. But if you use that 15% at any time, if you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15%. But if you want to stay monthly for, for the rest of your all the time, go ahead. There's no big deal. I'm not trying to, get people to take out an annual if they don't want to. So if you're going to take the test drive, or you're just getting, or you're just taking out a subscription now, or you're pretty new, please do this. Do the Let's Get Started. Starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login, tool and right-click magic, layout styles, etc. Okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes or 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through it. Do yourself a favor and do it, rather than staring at a screen and wondering, well, I don't know how to even get started. Once you've done that, then you can take a look in the education section, and you can take a look at the user guide. And again, don't get overwhelmed by the user guide. Probably if you're taking this test drive, you're just starting out, this is the important. Am I going to make sure you should have already done the getting started. And then you want to know about the channel bar, which I'll show you. And then alert windows and top list windows. So just, focus on this. And afterwards, you can take a look at the other sections, but focus on this so you understand, what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Why would I use one over the other? So the daily support, I already talked about it between 12 and 1. When I take my break, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Chris will be there at 3:30 also, 3:30 to 4:30 today. So before I shut down the main room at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over there. No webinars for 2 weeks, but once we get rolling on our regular schedule again, you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, this is a great little series. Again, it's free. Starts off with what is a stock? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. I'm sharing a lot of scans are right here that I'm sharing. Just click on this section. These are the 4, but especially these 2, the pre-market actives up and down, that I use in the pre-market. You heard me talk about the gap continuation or reverse. This is what that looks like. You hear me talking about Zacks bouncers and toppers. This is what it looks like. So a lot of scans that I am sharing. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones you like. Don't have them all up and running at the same time. You'll never get anything done. But I have a lot of them here, different types of trading styles, etc. So a lot of information here in the Let's Get Started, my scans, and the education. Save my link, and then you can look at this anytime you want. Also, my webpage on my homepage, you get this trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week it is wheat, WEAT, and it's doing pretty well. I mean, the alert was at 11:30. The suggestion was to get in at 11:74. Now in the pre-market it got down there, but you could have taken it, anywhere in this area. And the trades of the week are more longer term holds. How you trade them will be up to you. I mean, if you took this trade here, below 12 and it, went to 15, I'd probably take some out. I'd be looking left on that monthly chart. There's the next high looking left, 1275. So who knows? Maybe it gets close to there. So this is free. Stock of the day video that I do, free. Okay, so again, a lot of information on my homepage. And again, more scans are here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on the dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can kind of scan, you can kind of cycle through them. We do have a pre-market channel. We have an after hours channel. Momentum channel is pretty popular. You see a scan you like, you just pop it out of this window, out of the layout, save it to the cloud. You see another scan you like in another channel, pop it out, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring back those scans one at a time and create your own layout, create a layout without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch. Of course, you can adjust things. I mean, if you didn't like the price range or, but I mean, again, if you're just getting new, just, understand, what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. All right, market is now, well, it's picked a direction, hasn't it? NAS is still just barely down. Dow is up, SPY's up. So when we saw this in the SPY, starting in the pre-market, we saw this. Now let's get a big chart up. This looked like a pretty big uh-oh moment. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's an hour and 15. I mean, there were some topping tails, but that was an hour and 15 down. And that looked pretty bleak. If you're looking to go long anything, and then we had the pop, then we had the drop, then we had the pop, then we had the drop. Now seems like, it looks like the market could, probably close positive today. CCJ, uranium play. Take a look at CCJ. Chemical, yeah, nice move. What's the ETF doing? URA. I'm sure Chemical is the main Main component of URA, Chemical, I believe it's a world leader in uranium production or uranium. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I just wanted to point this out to you that if you take a trade in our simulator, and of course, if you're trading, if you have interactive brokers or an E-Trade account, how you can use this to trade from within. But if you don't close your trade out at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading is what I'm really getting at. You can practice swing trading using this also. Okay. In other words, if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then this will just carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Now, these are hotkeys. If you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight it, flatten. I was just showing you here. So if you thought, you know what, I think uranium is going to have a second or third or a fourth day in a row move for whatever reason. So you could always practice, a swing trade by just not getting out of the trade by the end of the day. If you want to take out a position, you just highlight the trade and you flatten it. You can get out of half your position or you could double. These are hotkeys. What a game. What a game in this Twitter thing. All right, guys. So listen, I'm just going to put myself on mute, okay? I'm not seeing too many more questions. I'm here. If I have to hop on a mic, I will, of course. I'm just not seeing too many questions, so I'm just going to put the announcement here. And the room will be open until 3:30 Eastern Time, of course. All right, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. Still have some of the BRLT. I thought it was going to move a little bit higher, but we're right back down to that 4 level. So see what happens for the balance of the day. I'm going to put the YouTube link in right now, guys, so that if you want to head over there, Chris will be there probably about 4 or 5 minutes. Give me a moment. In fact, I think I just heard a little pop. You might be there now.
You sure did.
There you are. Okay.
Thought I'd come in
Put the YouTube
a couple
link in
pre.
so that I can get people directed over to see you. Let me, first of all, close down my music. There you go. Okay, guys, so Chris is there right now. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there. He'll be there until 4:30 Eastern time, of course. Moment. All right, guys, thanks a lot for all of the help. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm going to shut down the main room right now. Chris, if you want to take over on YouTube, go ahead.
All right, we're streaming.
All right. I'll put myself on mute over there then. Just give me a moment.
You get those vocal cords some rest. It's going to be a long
Oh,
2
yeah.
weeks.
I know. Okay, take care, my friend.
All right, Barry. We'll talk to you later. Bye bye. So I'm back. Well, at least back for those of you who have been here for the balance of the day. If not, then, well, I'm here if you just arrived. So let's see. What do we got? We've got Monday and the stock market going on. A lot of chop to the side after Friday's massive gap up rally. Raj, thank you, thank you. Nice to be back. I do very much enjoy doing the live streaming. I will always gripe that I wish more people would join us on these live streams. I think it's criminal how few people are in the trading room with Barry. I think it's criminal how few people join the rest of us on the noon sessions and myself at 3:30. But it is what it is. I think a lot of people underestimate or misunderstand what trading is what ends up happening. So, but I can think of no endeavor more worthwhile than this. So, but if you have to have a passion for charts and analysis and things of that nature. Anyways, with all of that said, let's get to it. So, fire some questions. I see the numbers ticked up a little bit here, but please, fire questions away for me. And, let me know what you folks are thinking, questions that you have, comments, concerns, all those things. I'm just closing a few things here to put a little less stress on my system. My key learnings for today. I don't know that I necessarily have any one key learning from today. I don't look at the market as much as I would like to sometimes during the days. I have to do a lot of my market analysis after hours or early mornings because I'm so busy answering questions, especially during test drive right now. People just trying to get up to speed, login issues, asking for different kinds of scans and things of that nature. Some very basic support that I do here, and it causes me to not be able to look at the market overall. But I'd say my key learnings overall in general are knowing who you are as a person helps you know who you are as a trader, essentially. So for example, key takeaway for me today is this, GRWG, I traded it today. It was my one and only trade, and I got into it down here on, I think it was this pullback. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not lying to you. Exit price, entry price. Gee, I can't even find what my entry price was now because I lost my data from Brokerage Plus from breaking the connection orders. Yeah, so I got in at 516. So somewhere here in this third 15-minute bar. and it made this nice move up. All right. And, feeling good about that. All right. And we got this little pullback here. All right. And we made this next move up. And when we couldn't get through here, all right, and we had to start to get this pullback, I killed the trade on the way back down. I got out at 547, as a matter of fact. And now, the greed part of me says, oh, well, what if it's just a slight pullback? You're leaving some money on the table. Because, when we look left, always look left on a chart. And I look left, is it possible to get up to that level? Absolutely, but that's a huge move that it could possibly be making. It's already made, at 547, it's already made a 14.5% move. All right. We have to consider these things. That 14.5% is a lot for a stock to move in a day. We see things that can do 500% in a day. We see things that just do 0.5% in the day. But my point being is, keep it realistic, keep it relative. I also noticed that, after earnings, this was a level of interest that we dropped off of, and to bounce back to that level, I'm going to take some work to possibly push through that. So while the greed side of me says, and this is a takeaway that I have in every trade, including today, while the greed side of me says, oh, you're possibly leaving money on the table, the fear side of me says, let's take the money and digest it. All right. We're looking at a market that overall, if I bring a SPY chart over here, has been in a downtrend. All right. Now we broke that downtrend, but after how many days did we break it? And now we run sideways for a few days. All right. And so there are no heroes in the stock market, only winners and losers. I wanted to walk away a winner today. And so that's the key that I took away, knowing that I could have left money on the table. But the idea is, if I can, let's call it, there's the bottom of today, there's the top of today. If I can capture this piece inside of every single trade that I make, in here and out here every single time as a relative basis of bars and entry and exits, I'm a winner all day long. And that's what I'm, looking for. And so, of course, hindsight says, oh, you did a, trade went well. Yes, it made, a shot at the high of the day again at 555 or 557, whatever it is, and you left a little money on the table, of course. But in general, you're never going to sell tops. You're never going to buy bottoms. That's the way it works. So that's, something to keep in mind, I think, and it's a lesson I have to constantly remind myself of. The simplest lessons are the ones we need refreshing as always. Well, I don't know if the market necessarily just scares the new traders, but you have an entire group of traders from the last few years, I think, unfortunately got, hurt by things like GME. Diamond hands and all those things like that. And GME is a great trading vehicle. Don't get me wrong. There's no reason to not trade this thing, but don't marry it. Don't be one of those people that bought here and never sold here or there or there or there or there or there or there, and you're back down here basically where you bought it. That's just crazy, but takes all types to make a market, so I think you have also a generation of traders or a group of traders now that are scarred because of things of that nature and things that have gone in crypto and things like that. How did I identify the stock? I identified it through this Bollinger Band scan here. I shared it earlier, but I'll share it out again. Let me find that for you. So, I think one of the biggest keys for us as traders is we're not marrying stocks, we get what we need from them and we move right on very quickly, Now, quickly to me could be different than quickly to you, all right? Quickly to one person could be 5 days. Quickly to another person could be 5 minutes. We keep it relative to our trading plan. And that's, what I like to always go after is, we have scans that point us to ideas and plans on how to execute those ideas. And my races they're stalling out on me. Let me see if I can close some more software, take some pressure off of what I got going on here. All right, that seems to maybe have helped. My My computer just doesn't have it in it anymore for running so much software. It'll be on to, I have a feeling, on to Mac very soon for me in the next month or so. So there's that scan, just trying to add a delay for 20 minutes after the open. Yeah, so you can do that only with alert windows. So if we come to an alert window, all right, we right click, we come to configure, and you're going to want the time of day filter. So search time of day, and we could add that to a scan, add that filter. And so if we add, for example, 20 in the minimum column, that means don't start the scan till 20 minutes after the market opens. And that's all that's doing right there. Very very simple, but actually powerful filter as well. And just for anybody that's ever doing scan building, we have this show me function in the middle here on the Windows specific filters. So if you click on that magnifying glass there, it'll tell you show me stocks where the alert occurred at least 20 minutes after the open, for example. And if I change this, watch this update live. If I put, let's say, a 50 here, now between 20 and 50 minutes after the open. Yeah, it's a good computer. I mean, I could probably add RAM to it or something like that. I bought it in August of 2017. Um, I think, it's really ready. There's some things on this that are still actually fairly modern. Some things that are not. So, anyways, some of that's just me talking out loud. With that said, I don't like to jump on stocks too early. I'll be honest. At the beginning of the year, January and February, when I first started getting into day trading again and pivoting back from swing trading and using these races for day trading, I was getting into a lot of stocks very early. I was getting into a lot of stuff that was getting halted on the way up. That's typically not my cup of tea, but I did well overall. I mean, some winners, some losers, but enough on the winning side that I did it. I've moved back to the other side again, and I really like to try to let at least the fourth 5-minute bar close before I'm getting into anything, especially now with the market the way it is. Many more head fakes. I think back in January, February, there were less head fakes, and so I was able to have a conviction earlier and benefit from it. I got burned a few times in March, kind of bad actually, and handed back some good wins by getting in that first 15 minutes, I'll say. I'll never make a trade before the first 5 minutes is up. That will never happen. And I don't like ultimatums. And sure, at some point, 20 years from now, could something happen? I decide for some reason to get into a trade in the first 5 minutes. Absolutely. Anything is technically possible, but it's highly, highly unlikely. I just think there's so many head fakes that even sometimes I like waiting till the second 15-minute bar closes at 10 a.m. Eastern. You get a lot clearer direction about the market overall, by letting that first half an hour go by. Oh no, Michael, all good. No, I didn't think you were messing. We have a hard time. Um, Anybody that knows, been in these live streams with me, I've been talking about it for several weeks, anyways. But when it comes to a big purchase like that, I'm looking at some MacBooks that are, some of these MacBooks, they run $3,000, $3,500. I don't like to cheap out when I get something, and so when it comes to big decisions like that, I really take my time, to say the least. Let's see, just seeing if I can lighten the load. This crisp audio thing. I have a software that is noise canceling, and it's what's really getting us. Hello, built a scanner with your recommendations earlier for stocks that are creeping up as opposed to rocketing. My other question was about stocks that have rocketed up but pulled back to an area of support. Do you have any suggestions for this one? So, I don't know about necessarily to a level of support. Well, all right. So here's what I would point you at. As I made mention earlier, what I've done with this scan here is I used position in today's range filter. So position and range for today. And so I want to see stocks that pulled back, but not too much. So 60% and 85%. So it means I want to see them at least 15% off the high of the day, but I'd also like to see them 60% off the low of the day. And so that's what I've used for this scan. Now, in full disclosure of this scan, I have been forward testing it since mid-December, and it was looking really good through the end of January. And then the winds really changed in the market, and this no longer looks so great. But whether it's a year from now or 5 years from now or 3 months from now, I have a feeling that the scan in a nice uptrending market will look good. It no longer looks good on a back test because of what's going on. But that's what I'd point you to, something like that, Rev. Use a position and range filter maybe, so we can see this had one big day here that really made the scan outstanding. It actually had one really bad down day too, but that's now dropped off of the back testing. And then we can see it just doesn't look as good. And as we've gotten into this market, it's almost putting out no trades, no wins, no losses. But again, I'm still interested to see how it'll do once we get to a trending market again. With that said, I think that's why. So it's a twofold what I did on this here. This will help you, I think. So in the configure, if we look again, I use this position and range filter on the day. And so that's kind of arbitrary on those numbers. They were based on some back testing that I had been doing. The next thing that I coupled it with was this crossed above resistance alert. And essentially what this alert does, it is looking back in time, and I'm not specifying the time. I told the algorithm, you just look back, and I want you to find areas where price is gathering and decide yourself what is support and resistance. And so when it crosses above what the algorithm deems as resistance, that's kind of how I've opted to build it in this. Now we do have let me see here. We do have these here. So if you go to category and you go to support and resistance on the filters, we have distance from R1 and R2, distance from pivot, and S1 and S2. So you could take a look at those and see how they may or may not fit what you're trying to do. We do have the ability to do, what is it, Camilla pivots or Carmella or Camrilla, or I don't know what the word that I'm looking for is. I've never used it. I've only seen a few tickets come in about it. We have a way to do a custom formula for, like S4 and S3 and whatever else. That you'll have to send in an email about the custom formula of, and I suggest knowing how that works. Trade-ideas.com. So you could send an email there. We can do some stuff with custom formulas, no custom alerts, period. No ifs, ands, or buts on custom alerts. Does not exist. And our custom formulas for filters work by referencing short codes that would exist within the system already. So for example, we do not have EMAs to scan on. We can build no custom formulas on EMAs. But that's so I would reference, sorry, I'm looking for what we have. So you can hear the math for what I'm talking about is based on this. And it's talking about, okay, no, that was not the link I wanted. Sorry. I apologize. And find what I want. Based on this. Sorry, I got the links all tied up there. So based on this, and this is essentially, you know, something we can do. So Camarilla pivots, that's what it is. And so we can do a custom based on that. So send an email there. If that's something you want, though, if it's not something you really want, I wouldn't waste the time with it. Just send it into support and just, you know, reference, referencing those pivots. It'll really be Stephanie who ends up helping you with that because she is the wizard on that. So it looks like we're selling off into the close here. Yeah, Peter, that's, you know, Michael's always pushing me towards Apple. I mean, here's the thing, if I go with a Mac, I just have to get a virtual machine too, which isn't like a huge deal. You know, I can get Parallels and do that. So it's not like the biggest deal. I'd rather not do like Amazon Workstation or Microsoft 360 and just pay an extra bill every month. I just prefer not to. That's all. But you know, I'm doing more media work with posting things and streaming and stuff like that. And that's why I want to lean on Apple because the only thing I need the virtual machine for is to run Trade Ideas and Trader Workstation. Everything else I can run on the Mac side of things. I don't have to worry about any of the rest of it. So. All right, so let's see. All right, if I missed anybody's questions or anything, let me know. I think I got to everybody so far. And if I didn't answer your question well enough, also let me know. You know, we can circle back on and keep pushing into the topic or the subject. I like DR. That's 1-6 race. So let's take a look at that. Nice, just climbing nice and steady. Not setting the world on fire, but not getting in any trouble either. But, you know, now we look left. We talk about looking left. So right here, you know, do we push through that? Do we struggle a little bit? Right now, it looks to be giving a, you know, push on it. Trying to push on that. I think we can come up a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, you know, Michael, I'll be honest, I don't have a ton of information on it either. I will be, when it comes to the time for it, I'll be harassing Michael Moss. I also, you know, I went to Apple this weekend and I talked with someone there and they pointed me in the direction of basically the machine that I'm gonna get. Now it's kind of, you know, waiting to pull the trigger a little bit. Whoa, yeah, I don't want to be paying 175 a month for AWS. Parallel is just the one-time deal, and that's what Michael Noss uses, and he does all kinds of streaming and everything like that. So I think I think that will end up being the way I go. I've heard some people complain about Parallels messing up their Mac, but I trust Michael. So interesting. Bang, rejected so far off of there. And this was really kind of bucking the trend of the overall market. In fact, we have a 15-minute bar on the market that's trying to get off the lows here, the previous 15 minutes, while this makes a reversal off of it. So just, look left, look left, look left. It doesn't mean it's going to stop at that level. It just means we need to consider that level in what we're doing. No, I don't think we have anything for the 30 Dow stocks. Not a channel, that's for sure. Pull up a channel bar. I know they've added stuff to this. I updated it recently, the documentation for all this, so I think we should be good there. I think we're good there. Let me look at a doc channel bar. Size that a little bit. No, just the S&P there. Nothing nothing Dow wise. But you could always you can easily create something with a symbols list. So you can go to tools, symbols list, create new list, and call it your Dow 30 and make it, put those 30 stocks in that list, start adding them in. And then when you're done, you could point to scan right at it. So I could take this scan or any scan and I can go to configure, symbols list, and there's Dow 30. I can add that list, put a check mark in it. Now it's only the following list, or I could exclude the list too if I didn't want to see the Dow stocks also. And so now the scan would only be looking at those Dow 30 stocks. Here's a video that I did how I created my ETF sector list, if I can find it somewhere. Sorry, just looking for this video real quick. Bound to find it somewhere. There we go. Copy link address. So this is a video how I did it. However, you have this. I created this for you all. So if you want a sector ETF list, everybody can do this with me real quick right now. Go to new. All right. Go to top list. Actually, I lied. I'm just going to share something with you. I think I'm going to share something with you. Let me make sure I got the right one here. All right, perfect. So I'm just going to share this with you folks, and I'll show you my magic trick in a second. Copy. All right, now what I did was I created a global list of ETFs that I happen to like to look at, all right? And if we come into the configure, we can see here in the symbols list that this is only looking at these sectors that I created this list of, and that's down here somewhere. I created that. Yeah, there we go. Sector analysis users guide is what we called it. All right. And it's just a blank top list. So if we come into the configure also again, not one filter is being used. All we're doing is looking at those ETFs that I put on that list with a change from close sort, and that's really it. And we're looking at, I've checked all those indices just in case anybody ever wants to add anything, because you can always add another list to this scan if you wanted to add things. You can't edit the list that I've made for you, but you can always add your own list. You can always create your own list and add to it. So for example, if we come to symbols list, I could add pro shares. I could add this. I can add this. I can add anything that I want to any scan. I just can't edit this list here because this is held on our servers. I can edit it. You can't. But gives you a good rundown of a lot, most of the sectors here. There's a few ones that are less traded or more traded, but I think it's a pretty good overall view of sectors in the market overall. My personal 2 cents. So you all have access to that. I just shared it with you. Yes. Just unbelievable. These bots. So annoying. Look, I think ETFs can be a great vehicle to trade. They can also be a great vehicle on what your trades are doing. Yeah, really annoying. Unfortunately, they're able to create all these bots, and we ban for everyone we ban, they create a new one somehow. Can I? Yeah. So all you need to do is that link that I shared before. Just copy the, load this link. I'll share it again. So just load that scan. So you're going to copy the link that I just shared. All you have to do is copy and go to File, Load from Cloud, and that link should be here already. And just press load, and you'll get the scan that I got right here. And that's it. And it's all set up. There's nothing, you don't need to do anything. If there's things you want to tweak, by all means, you can right click and come to the configure and adjust many things. What you can't change, you can't take any symbols off this list. All right. But if you wanted to add symbols, you could always create your own list and then attach it to it. So for example, if I wanted to add, WSB or testing personal or any one of these lists, I could always click on it and then add that list here. All right. And again, in the Windows specific filter, there's no filters because I don't want to scan based on anything. I just want to see these stocks, or really ETFs. I just want to see the ETFs and what they're doing, and that's it. I don't need any other information from them. Or it's not that I don't need any other information. I don't want to scan based on information. I can display information as columns. So you'll notice, I have all these columns displayed, so I can see what the price is, change from close, change over 5 days, change over 20 days. All these different things like that. I can look at any one of those things and get that. I can always add columns too. So if I right click and I come back into configure, I can go to search, and for example, I can scroll down if I wanted to see, put volume today. I could click on that and I can go show column. And now watch. You don't see put volume up here right now. Get ready. It's going to come on. Ready? Bang, and there's put volume on contracts today. Just loaded that into that there. Tom, you can get it from that link I just shared. I'll share it again. So go ahead and copy this link. All you're going to do is copy that link. Once you've copied it, go to File, Load from Cloud. It should automatically load into this here. In the event it's not, just go ahead and paste it in there. And you'll press load, and bang. And
and it'll be the sector analysis list. And that's it. Real simple. I did all the legwork for you. You got it, Tom. Okay, so if you click the link, what will happen is you're going to get a web page that'll look like this. If you just click on the link, you'll get a web page that looks like this. And same thing, highlight that, copy, file, load from cloud, and there it is again. Nope, you should, if you're logged in, you should be good to go. Shouldn't have to do anything extra. You should be perfectly good to go at this point. Sorry, see if I can pop this chat out. It would take some pressure off my CPU. Anywho. Woof, ugly rejection off that LIDR, right? So, well, easy come, easy go. Oh, the market closed. I didn't even realize that. So, all right, we've got Monday in the books. Look at that SPY action again. No, I haven't looked at in a while is the RSP. So there's our SPY action on the daily chart. Doji. All right, and a little bit of trending up on that sideways action, but down from the close. So we've got a symmetrical triangle kind of going on here on this 15-minute chart. We'll see what happens. I mean, it was on this one here a few times, but that was it because it lost its position in the Bollinger Bands. But yeah, it was popping up on this one for a while. You have to check with your broker about ETF costs. Some of them might have some kind of pass-through costs. I'd say probably a majority don't, but double check with your broker. I know some of them, I don't know which ones have what. Some of them have with IB for sure. And then the pros and cons. One of the pros is, it's easier to identify a trend on a basket of stocks. So, you know, you can have something, for example, like the XOP, kind of a big go-to. And we can see that overall we've got, you know, this nice trend that's, you know, gone on. We've kind of broken this trend a little bit here. We'll see if we can pop back over it tomorrow or the next day. All right. And so, you know, we're looking at that versus something like MGY. We can see that, you know, was holding a very similar trend, but took a little bit more of a drubbing on its down move versus that XOP. All right. And so you, generally speaking, will get less wild moves. And then you don't necessarily need to trade these ETFs. You can also use them as a guide, you know, so you can find, you know, ETFs that look strong and then try to find stocks that are relatively strong within that ETF as well. You know, so those are things that you can also do, or, you know, anyone can also do, and that I'd point you towards. And it's something that I've done. I've traded, you know, MGY, I've traded a bunch. I have a long-term, longish term position in P10. It's not marked on here now, disappeared from it. But you know, P10 has had a lot of strength, I felt like. You know, on some of these moves, and I've been able to participate in some of them. Unfortunately, I've also caught some down ones here. I bought in on this day here, and I'm holding through here. You know, I've got my stop. I almost got me down here. I'm gonna stop down in this area here. Almost came and got me last week, but we popped back up again. So now you might ask yourself, well, what does the XOP and P10 have to do with each other? Natural gas and oil drilling, exploration. XOP is exploration for natural gas and oil. And so is P10, you know, catches wind from that index. So those are the kind of things that I'm equating ETFs to a lot of times. You know, XOP is it's a pricey ETF for me. I don't like to trade stuff that's above $40, $50 in general. So how do I participate in the XOP? By finding cheaper stocks that will reside within it. And that's what I'm doing essentially. And this has been one that's come through many of my scanners over the last half a year, give or take. And that's more or less, you know, a big way that I'm using ETFs to kind of guide what I'm doing. You know, another one here, I've participated in some shipping stocks over the last several months. And while this is, you know, well off its highs from October, we can see also this has not sold off like the rest of the market has overall. It did its selling off really at the beginning of the year before the market, you know, really sold off. And so we've really kind of found a floor on the B dry here. All right. And this is shipping. And we can see that, you know, there's been a lot of shippers, especially shippers of energy, that have done well on individual days. And while this is not a ETF that's traded like crazy, obviously, you know, almost 100,000 shares, but trading less than half what it's normally trading, still gives me a guide. There were some shippers that looked good during the day today, earlier. I don't know what they ended up doing. Let's see. Yeah, so, you know, Scorpio here, they made a nice move up. They pulled back. They made a nice move up, but, you know, nice solid up for the day, up 4% on the day. Trying to think who else I saw as far as shippers go. Gee, who else? That's software. I know there's at least 2 other shippers I noticed this morning, but I can't put my finger on them. I don't know if I have them light. No, not here. No dice. My memory fails me with some of these names. There we go. So here's another shipper. Did nice today, I'd say overall. Yep, here's another one, SFL. So I knew I came across a few shippers today. And so, keep these things in mind. In a sector that really hasn't sold off with the rest of the market, while it's not near its highs, it's holding up on these big sell-offs. It's good. The pass-through costs will vary from ETF to ETF. I think generally speaking, most ETFs aren't going to have much of anything if you just trade it. If you're not holding it for like a month or something like that. Some of the costs, from sitting on it, come from sitting on it. How do you remove drawings? So a couple ways. Let's bring up my SPY chart. The first way you can do it is you could click on it and then press delete. All right. Or we can right click and we can go to markup and we can go remove all markups like that as well. So 2 ways to do that. Yeah, Raj, that was what I had been sharing, was the sector analysis list. Was there a different scan you were looking for? Let me know. I'll share that out. I know I've shared a bunch of stuff today, so just let me know what you're specifically looking for. The last thing I shared was the sector analysis. You got it, top, yeah. Yeah, no, my pleasure. Like I said, I consider this paying it forward. Other people did similar things to this, like this, that I learned from, and this is my way to give back for all the learning. Oh, okay, you were able to work it. All right, all right. I just want to make sure that you got it. I don't want to leave you hanging on the wind with that. Make sure that you you go in armed with the information you want to have. Oh no, 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 no. You won't have to copy it every time. I'm sorry. So all you got to do now, once you have a scan and you want to save it, that scan individually, right click, select save or share to cloud, and just save it. All right. And then moving forward, you're always going to be able to load it from cloud. So that's what you'll be able to do with that. And then, if you come across, you have a setup of scans that you want and you want to leave it, you want that to be loading every time you start trade ideas, you can save it as your default layout. So there's a few different ways we can save stuff with trade ideas. One is through the cloud, load and save from cloud. And then we have the local loads and saves here. Nothing specific to that, Tom, but if you ask questions here, I'm here for another 15 minutes or so. I can try to answer those questions on Holly that way. There's also, we've got a number of things here. So here's an overall Holly guide. So you can take a look at that there. And then let's see. Now, I was always under the impression test drivers could simulate Holly and automation if that's where you're going, but apparently not on this round. But you can, connect to simulated trading, and you could certainly manually trade Holly. So, there's a brokerage plus, and then connect the account. So we connect the broker here, and then we connect the account here. Simulated trading, there we go. Ooh, my simulated account, it was up $4,000 at one point. Now it's down 6,000. That's rough. That's what happens when you just buy stocks and let them go. Here's another shipper that did well today, SBLK. Starbulk. I knew I saw a bunch of shippers doing well today. But if you have pointed questions, so that one link that I shared is pretty great for going over Holly. There's also, I did a video on Holly. Now I did this a couple of years ago. But there's this video on Holly, and the only thing that's not accurate or not up to date in this video, Holly used to be in the channel bar separated into 3 sections or segments. And in the video, I even say, think of Holly as just one Holly. Don't get caught up in Holly Neo and Holly 2.0. The reason for those that happened was different people had a hand in building different parts of Holly, so it was marked off like that. There's virtually no difference between them, all right? It's some different strategies that were created at different times. That's essentially the end-all be-all of it. So don't get caught up in that stuff. But all the rest of the stuff, like I go over, what conservative profit is, what moderate profit is, all right? I go over how to load Holly. I go over how to use the columns to show the data you want to see with Holly. I go over all that in the video. So, check that out there. And of course, if you have specific questions here, of course, fire those away for me. Well, you have access to Holly. You can see all of her alerts. Now, 2 things I want to clarify here. When I say automate, or when I say, access, you can't just press play on Holly's strategies and go. That's it. But you can manually trade it. You can select it here, and press buy and, get a share size going here if you whatever you want, or whatever you want to do here, and you can press buy, and we'll see the order populate and all those things like that. So I can see the orders there. It's sitting waiting, market order, but it's not going to fill because it's after hours, and you can't do a market order after hours. So you can do that. You've got access to Holly. You can see everything with Holly. What you can't do is press play and walk away, or press play and have it automate for you. Now, something I really want to stress: Holly was meant to be human and machine. It was never meant to be, oh, Holly's this thing where this bot where I can press play on it. I can run the kids to school, go play 18, stop at the bank, stop at the supermarket, pick the kids up from school and count my money. Holly will never be that. Never, ever, 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 ever. In fact, there probably will never be a bot that can do that. Now, are there bots that might have good days and bad days and you can get away with some stuff like that? I suppose, but that was never the intention of Holly. TI never was going to enable Holly as automation, but through request after request after request, they opted to do it. And sometimes I feel like it comes back to bite us because people just want that silver bullet that's easy. And just if trading was that easy, if Holly worked that great, I'd just automate Holly and I wouldn't be talking to anybody. I'd be counting my money on a yacht in the Mediterranean Ocean eating shrimp. Yeah, you can see it all here. So, I'm gonna, let's pull up. I personally don't have Holly's data enabled on the charts. I just don't care to see it. I don't need it. But here, if we go properties and I go show AI trades, now I can see her stop for BRLT was up here. Her target was down here, and we could see this dark shaded area here. This was her in conservative mode, and then the rest was her in moderate mode. And the difference between conservative and moderate is just this. Conservative means that she has 5 different exits that are possible to happen. Not every strategy will have a target, but some will have it. So that's exit number 1 is a target can happen. All strategies will have a stop. So that's number 2 that can happen. Some will have what we call a profit save, meaning that it's like a trailing stop, that the trade was working well and we're not going to let a winner turn back into a loser. And so we call it a profit save, and Holly exits like that. These are all conservative. Holly also has what's called the reduced risk, which is what happened here on SBSW, meaning that the trade isn't working, all right? And so we're not going to stick around and let it become a loser. And so we just exit it earlier. And that's number 4. And the last one is a timed exit where the strategy was back tested. And if stop doesn't get hit, it might not have had a target. It was just going to exit based on time held, and that's it. So that's conservative. And anytime you see exit price, exit time, and exit reason, every single one of those is always going to be conservative. That's it, okay? Because moderate just means Holly got into the trade and she held it to the end of the day. That's it. The only other thing that can get Holly out is a stop, all right, in moderate mode. That's it. The only 2 things that get Holly out, there's no target in moderate, there's no timed exit in moderate, there's no profit save in moderate, there's no reduced risk in moderate. There's only a stop and a sell on close order for 3:55 p.m. Eastern. I guess technically you could call it a time hold, but it's not really a time hold. It's a sell on close order is how that would work. That's what we would be called as market mechanics go for a broker, all right? So I just had a message I need to respond to. And so that's, that's what those mean. And I go over all those in more detail in that video that I shared. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you got it, Tom. So if we right click and we come to properties, you can look for show AI trades. All right. Now, here's something we're going to work on. It was, it was an overlook or wasn't thought of well. We have what we call these smart risk levels. Some people like them. I don't like them. I have my own style. I have my own risk levels. I don't need anybody to show me that. But we have these show smart risk levels, okay? And so you see how this just populated on my chart, and you have this smart stop and all that, all right? First off, a smart stop is just, it's an algorithm that we had created with ATR and volatility. What that algorithm is, I cannot give you. It's proprietary. I also promise you it's nothing insanely special. It just has to do with opening range and volatility and ATR essentially, all right? So the stop is calculated for the smart risk levels based on that, and then it's just the target is just 2 times that. Nothing fancy there. However, if you have smart risk levels enabled and you click on a Holly alert, it kills the smart risk level because Holly has her own smart risk levels that are different than that. And if you come back to a regular stock, unfortunately, it's turned off the smart risk levels. There's going to be a release that comes out soon. It's in testing right now that will turn your smart risk levels back on. All right. So just in case you see that happening, it's not a bug. It was just, it was what it was. All right. It was, I don't want to say poor management or anything, because it just wasn't, we didn't intend that people would rely on our smart risk levels. The idea was just to kind of give a guide for people that have never traded before, thoughts about risk management. It wasn't meant to be some special risk management, but some people like it. They used it more than we anticipated. And so we're going to make sure that if you have it turned on, you click on Holly and then you click on one of your scans, it'll come back on. So that'll be coming out in the coming weeks here to put that back. So again, let me know if I missed anything or it wasn't clear about anything. I got a couple minutes before I wrap up for the day. All right, perfect, Raj. And again, sometimes I'm going to misinterpret things also here. So please, if I don't answer your question well, or you want me to keep poking, or that you need more information, always keep asking, or yeah, I got this part of it, but can you go back over this part of it? Whatever you need. I'm going to start to do kind of my walkout here, but if there's anything else last minute, let me know. All right, for everybody, especially that's on the test drive or new, just popped in, you just subscribed, whatever it is, all right? A couple of things to go over for you that I think are really important here, all right? We have a ton of education for all levels of the software and traders, all right? So the first thing I'm going to come to, all right, when we come up here, is the user's guide. Now, the user's guide is unbelievably fantastic, but if you don't have context, it won't make a ton of sense to you. And so the user's guide over time will become more and more useful for you. 2-3 days in, it's all going to make more sense. So if we come to the user's guide, I just clicked it. So this is where we start. That arrow will take me down here, and it's all sectioned off. Channel bar, A window standing for alert, T for topless, M for multi, S for single stock window. Go ahead, click on any of these, go over them, all right? Whole bunch going on in here. If you're looking for something, you're not sure where to find it, you can click on table of contents, and there's a search function up here, and you can start to type it in, and it'll return, if we've got it, it's gonna be in here, right? So there's the user's guide. Second, where you found me today on YouTube here, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do it a little different. It's an experiment we're doing where I'm on Zoom and on YouTube at the same time. That's these getting started. You can sign up to these here. All right. I'm going to drop this education link here. All right. So anybody that's, there we go. So there we go with that. All right. So you can come sign up for that. What I've been doing in the Zoom is this. There have been very few people coming, 5 people, 6 people max. I've been enabling mics on Zoom when it's that small of a crowd, all right? If we start to get up to 10, 15 people, probably won't enable mics. It just gets to be too many people talking over each other. And if it's, a ton of people happen to show up, what we anticipated but hasn't happened, 50, 60 people, I'll do it more as a syllabus. And I'll have more of a schedule of what I'm really doing and talking about in those like that, all right? 20 introductory lessons kind of goes back to context. It's just some simple point and click lessons without any volume. As you start to get a little more familiar with the software, but you're still looking for a little help, I think they're great short 1 minute, 90 second to 2 minute lessons, I think, that are in there. Really fast point and click lessons. Daily support sessions, that's where we are right now. That's where we are at noon. Again, it's just the YouTube side of the overall trading room, which is here, the trading room. This is more inclusive, where many more traders live and hang out. And a lot of people that I learned from are in that room when I was learning to trade. So some good stuff in there. Daily webinars, if you're sticking around after the test drive, we do these bi-weekly. So every other week it's Monday, Wednesday, then it's Tuesday, Thursday. And that's just how we structure those now. It's really great stuff. Again, I learned a ton about trading in these overall. Give me 1 second. I have to log out of some software. There we go. All right. Down here, another whole slew of educational videos. Good stuff in here. Some of it's more modern. Some of it's not more modern. But generally speaking, the themes of the videos stand the test of time. Some slight functions or nuances can change as we update and move on with the software. Back to basics. I can never give Michael Noss a big enough shout out for this. Please, if you're new to trading in general, watch these videos. You finished walking the dog, you put the kids to bed, you've done your meditation in the morning, whatever it is, all right? It's a 36-part series that Michael Noss did. It literally starts from what is a stock. You can't get any more simple than that. He goes into charts. He goes into talking about indicators and how to use indicators, and candlesticks and how we use candlesticks, and support and resistance, and so on and so forth. He goes all the way up to essentially building your own holly. Is he going to build you a holly? No, that's not going to happen. But that's how far advanced he takes it from the very start. If you are not following Michael Noss on YouTube, you're doing yourself a massive, major, huge, gigundous, serious misservice. That's Michael Noss. Please, all right? Get in there, get familiar with him, get with his videos. You want some ebooks, some great trading ebooks that are in here, all kinds of different thoughts and themes from different people within Trade Ideas. Some really good stuff in there as well, all right? Any questions, please? SUPPORT at trade-ideas.com. We do our best to get to everybody as quickly as we can on those. We never dodge questions. Sometimes some take us more time than others, but just send it there. Also, if you're ever waiting for a response from us, please check your spam. Gmail especially loves to send our stuff to promotion folders and spam folders. We have no control over it. We've done everything we can from our side, but Gmail hates us for some reason. Now, that'll wrap up my walkout on this. A way to find shippers. I don't know if we have a list of shippers like that. Let's look. Symbols list. Figure, symbols list. I just happen to know shippers offhand from years of trading now. I just, my memory kind of goes to stuff like that. Sectors, agriculture, utility, retail, trading, transportation, air, rail, water transportation. There you go, deep sea. So you can find the shippers in this so you can create a scanner. So what we could do really fast, I'm going to do this real fast for you. I'm going to go new. Follow along and I'll share this. New, top list, all right? Windows specific filters. I want to make sure everything's blank. If you do this and you have any stuff in here, kick it out. Make all these blank, all right? No filters. Then come to symbols list, add list. Come down here to sectors, transportation and warehousing, water transportation, deep sea, boom, put a check mark in it, add existing list, inland, add a check to it. All right, that's all this list is going to do now. We're going to press OK. We're going to give it a name, HIPPERSATCHLIST, shippers, watch list. We're going to press OK. Bang. Got a whole list of shippers in here for you. All right. I'm going to right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, copy link address. There you all go. You now have a watch list of shippers, and all it's doing is sorting on the change from close and looking at all these shippers that are in this list. I don't know how many shippers are on that list, so you might want to also go to time frame, set record count, and right now it'll only show the top 100 based on change from close. So if there's 500 shippers that are technically on those two symbols lists, you have to up this list. I don't know how many are on there. All right. You can only go to a max of 1,000 on this record count. Disclaimer, if you have a bunch of top lists are indicated by the T in the top left corner, and they have high record counts. A high record count is 200 or more. That can slow you down. All right. It's kind of arbitrary based on your internet connection and your computer at what point you will get slowed down by that. All right. So that's there for you. Quick question. Do you know if TI ever allow you to link Thinkorswim? I have conflicting reports. First off, we can link externally. Here's an external linking video. Switch users. Oops, hopefully I didn't share that from the wrong account before. So sorry, I have two YouTube channels I created, but one I didn't mean to create. It was by accident. So this is from my own YouTube channel. This is about linking to Thinkorswim externally. That's the only way that we link to Thinkorswim. We were not going to be able to link to them because TD Ameritrade won't fix their API. They won't update it, and it's completely broken, the data coming out of their API. Now I'm told they're going to fix it, and we'll be able to link to them. What the truth is, I don't know, to be honest. I'm not a part of the dev team. I'm not a part of that business side of things. You know, I'm support. So I'm kind of left, left in the wind on some of the stuff, or left in the dark and getting half truths from, one conflicting report coming from our side, another conflicting report coming from TD Ameritrade side. It is something we really tried hard to work on. When we went to TD Ameritrade and said, hey, your API hasn't been updated in a decade. The information is coming delayed and faulty. Their response was, okay. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. And then we came back to them and we said, well, are you going to update? And they said, oh, no, we thought we implied no by just saying okay, essentially. And, generally speaking, TD Ameritrade has no idea who we are. If you go to TD Ameritrade, you go to Thinkorswim, their help, and talk to them in their chat, and you say, yeah, I'm linking with trade ideas, they're going to say, who, what, huh? They don't care who we are. They couldn't possibly care less. We're irrelevant to them. So it just is what it is. Look, we have an API linked to E-Trade. We had to fix their API from our side the best we could. Again, E-Trade, they haven't updated their API in 10 years. And again, when we said, hey, you have an update in 10 years, they said, hey, awesome. Anyways, moving right along in life, that's it. So, it just kind of is what it is. It's a bummer, but it shows you how much they care about their users, and that's all there is to it. We've done everything, we've done everything we can on our end, but there's just so much we can do to fit our round pegs in their square holes, or our trapezoid peg in their round hole, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, here you go. I'll share that out one more time. Here it is again. And all right, with that said, everybody, get that copy, get that link, and give you another 5 seconds here. I do have to run. I will be back here 3:30 Eastern tomorrow to do this again. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so you will have Mr. Michael Noss at noon Eastern for an hour. And that's how we roll around here, folks. So all right, I thank you all very much. Again, support at trade-ideas.com to get us after hours. No, IB and E-Trade. IB and E-Trade here. All right, for real, my last little bit here. Broker connections, copy link address. So they do have to run. Now E-Trade, their API is not great in the first 5 minutes. IB, their API, they update it regularly. They're all good. I can
You know, I can attest. I trade through IB all the time, every day. I use their link all the time. If something isn't working, it means that there's, almost, I will say this, 999 out of 100 times, it's something on the user's end if there's an issue with IB. Once in a while, something does happen. Anything can happen. Individual users have some kind of individual case isolated that there's an issue with IB's link. And if that happens, I'll be the man that troubleshoots that with you. So with that said, I thank you all very kindly. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, everybody, for popping in. And you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.